Last scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our life's dream star, star. Keep rocking the show, no matter where you are. From the block, Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sass and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth, no sugar-coated blues. Something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From halls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic. Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it out, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream dreams, where the wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are.
Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths. And it is Tuesday, November 12th, 2024, 12:03 p.m. on the beautiful East Coast. I am coming to you with coffee and chaos with T3. That's me from Central Pennsylvania, our new locale. Happy post-election. Real quick, I want to say hi to Ellie, Wolfram, Heidi, Suzanne, and Iron Rabbit in my chat because I had this beautiful stream set up in StreamYards and I could see all your chats, and then the music started and everything went so it's all gone. So let me just go over to regular YouTube. Hi, Iron Rabbit. Hey, Suzanne. Hi to everybody. Good. You're all saying hello to one another. Laz, happy Tuesday. Again, Ellie, Heidi, Wolfram. Thank you all for coming in. Thanks for dropping links. Wolfram's links kind of got away from him this morning. Did you prematurely link? It's okay. It happens to everybody. Oh, my goodness. Sorry that I didn't do a show after election day, but I was burnt out. I really was. I didn't want to talk to anybody. Like I was so done with words. So done with words. And then my mom went and she had the thing with her leg, and she went to the doctor yesterday. Everything went fine. She would have been fine had she listened to me, but she didn't. So she had to go to a doctor, which she gave me grief about for 4 days. You can't imagine how bitchy this woman was for 4 days. She was just barking at everybody. And Sunday was Connor's 18th birthday. And I told her, I said, I swear to God, you ruined his birthday, I'll kill you. It's like, don't do it. Don't do it. Like, adjust your attitude, Ma. I know you're scared, but get the fuck over it for the day. So she managed. So we had a good day on Sunday. The Eagles had a very good day. Sorry, Cowboy fans. But I had a very good day on Sunday because I didn't watch the game. I watched the highlights with Winning Later. But I saw the score and I was like, "Oh!" Like, that like, why'd the Cowboys even show up? Bro, what happened? Now you guys should play the Giants because now the way you're playing and the way the Giants are playing, you're about even. Now I'd like to see a game between you. By the way, yes, still a Giants fan. I bleed blue for the Giants, not for the Dems. Uh, and they suck. So feel bad for me. I do have really bad taste in sports teams, but in my defense, I did grow up Yankees and Giants, Yankees and Giants. Fuck the Jets. Jets aren't a real team anyway. They're just weird. But so yeah, so I've just been burnt out. I've had a lot going on. Connor's 18th birthday. My mother with her whole leg wound debacle and her attitude, and I was just really tired of the election. I'm so glad he won. But my son's friends, because a lot of them are young weirdos, um, they didn't take it very well. So he didn't take it very well. And then we talked, and then he was better. But every day he's like, "Oh, my friends are still so afraid because they're gonna lose all the rights." Okay, I get it. I get the drama, and they're young and they don't know. I get they need the shenanigans and the emotional distress, and they only listen to one side, and they're not experienced. But I don't get the fear. We had genuine fear. She said what she was gonna do. And it was all take away, take away, take away. Take your stuff, give it to somebody else. Take your stuff, give it to somebody else who didn't earn it when you worked your ass off for it. And this is what we heard, and it's what we responded to. We responded to murderers and rapists in our neighborhoods. We responded to getting inundated by cultures outside our own who don't accept our culture, who want to not conform to it or assimilate to it or even tolerate it. They want to eradicate it. So yeah, we had genuine concerns. We had the economy, we had the immigration, we had the drug war, we had, like um sorry, words are failing me. We had the health scare with all the poison in the food and the water and the air and everything else. So we had legitimate worldwide life-changing concerns. They're worried they can't get things lopped off. Really? I'm supposed to throw the whole economy of the nation, the safety, security, the welfare, the happiness of an entire nation and a whole globe all the way because Mike wants to be Michelle and wear a wig and get top surgery? And what? What? Are you kidding? I have to jump through hoops to get, like, a foreign object removed from my fucking foot by the insurance, but they can go and just get things lopped off and what, the government's gonna pay for it? Bafungal. Like, that's not my concern. So, like, fundamentally, me and my son don't see eye to eye on that. He gets it, but yet he's got this weird loyalty to his friends that I gotta break. Um, and I'm working on it. I am. I'm working on it. Hey, Gutters Pub. Happy, happy Tuesday. Okay, StreamYard skipped ahead again. No, Cat, I'm not letting you in. I let you in, you meowed, I let you out, and now you're scratching the door. So now scratch till the fucking door is shredded. I can't with these cats this morning. They've been chasing each other around the house. You don't understand how they sound on hardwood floors. We have rugs, but underneath is hardwood floors. I know I hear da-dum, 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 da-dum. It sounds like rampaging cattle are going through my house. And they're just making the circuit. Because in my house, you can go down the hallway between our bedrooms, me, Connor, and Katie, to go to the, I guess, sitting room in the front room. And then you can make a left and go into the kitchen. And if you go into the kitchen, you can make another left, go into the mudroom, and walk straight through into Connor's bathroom and come out of Connor's bathroom at the other door right in front of his and my bedroom door. So it's a full circle. And they treat this like a racetrack. Just boom, 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 all night long. The other night, I put so much catnip down that they were knocked out for hours. I finally got some sleep. But it's ridiculous. The thump, the thump, the thump, the thump. But anyway, she's outside the door being a bitch, but whatever. My whole thing with the hysteria is what are they afraid of? What did he say he was taking away other than financial support for institutions and medical professionals who do surgeries and hormone therapies on little kids? What else did he say? He said he was gonna get rid of all the illegals. Okay. Illegal. They're not criminals by their very definition. But they deserve to be here. Why? Why do they deserve to be here? What is in like any of our founding documents that says that we have to take in every dreg of humanity from across the globe to live here? There's plenty of land around the globe. Send them there. Why our country? Because we're giving them free shit? Really? They just cut my disability again. So I get less and less and less and less and less money every single month. Why? Because Social Security is running out, but you got billions for illegals. They didn't contribute to this country at all. I've worked since I'm 16 years old paying taxes. 16. I mean, I've worked since I'm 9, but I've been paying taxes since I'm 16, since I didn't have to before. But I've contributed every year of my life. I've contributed every moment of my existence to being a citizen of this country, to loving this country, being proud, standing up for this country. I contributed 2 little humans to it. I've worked, I paid my taxes, I bought my groceries here, I planted, trees here, I planted plants here, I had gardens here, I had a life here, I had a culture here, a tradition, a family, an existence. I've been here all in 100%. Why do they get everything and I get nothing? I get to pay for them, even though the whole reason I'm disabled is because my government fucking lied to me. Really? I'd happily be out there just doing I don't think I'd be teaching anymore. I really don't. Unless I went to, like, a special ed school just for, like, the autistic kids, just to teach autistic kids. But why? Why do they get it? Why do they deserve it? Why do they suddenly have a place here? No, they don't. No, they don't. You're always defending the Native American. Oh, the poor Native Americans, we came in and we just took over. Okay, you feel bad for them. These people are coming in just like we did to the Native Americans, and they're taking over, and you don't feel bad for us? That's some type of self-hatred I've never seen. And I've seen a lot of self-hatred in this world. It's easy to spot. But it's ridiculous. They deserve to be. No, they don't. They are illegal. They got here illegally. If they want to move here and be contributing members of society and proud Americans, great, but they're not. They don't want to be Americans in America. They want to be Venezuelans in America. They want to be wherever the fuck they're from in America, as long as the shit they get the American is free. Well, it's not free. It's being given to you by who? Americans. The ones that work and pay the taxes and put the money into the government. Because all government officials and establishment do is take the money. They don't give shit. They give to the illegals, but what they're giving isn't theirs to give, really. It's ours. But okay, I'm supposed to be okay with all this. And this is where, like, my son and I, we do see eye to eye. He's like, I feel bad. You could feel as bad as you want. You know what? You're going to feel a lot worse if you can't eat, if you can't pay rent, if you can't get a job because somebody's willing to work at a quarter of what you're worth because they don't have paperwork. Seriously? Like that's your argument? You feel bad? You could feel all you want to feel, but feel it and go shut the fuck up about it. Just do what you need to do outside of yourself. And I keep hammering that home, and he's starting to get it. But it's such a volatile, like, touchy subject on all these different fronts with him because he's young and he, flies off the handle, and there's no, "Oh, let me listen and not respond yet. Let me just take it in." No, it's instant, He's got to come back at me he's like, I got to talk. I got to talk. I got to talk. And I'm like, So we just argue. So we have decided for a couple days not to talk about politics. It's going well. I'm so confused over what they're afraid of. I really am. Because, like, you didn't lose anything. You lost the ability to be degenerate. Boo-hoo for fucking you. I don't feel bad for anybody who has their degeneracy, like, thwarted. That shit should be regulated. Unfortunately, you let other people come in and regulate it. You should have been self-regulating. I teach that to my kindergartners. Self-regulation is a huge skill to have. I think y'all skipped it sometimes. Not you guys. I know you self-regulate. But I'm talking like in general, all these wackadoos. Where is your restraint? Where is your dignity? That can somebody answer that question for me? Where do these people get off saying and doing all this shit? They walk around with blue hair, pussy hats, this, that, and every other thing. Where is your pride in yourself? You got pride flags all over the fucking place. You're so proud of this group that does what for you? What do they do for you? They enable you? That's about it. I was talking to Winning the other day. I said, I watched this whole thing on Carl Jung and the INFJs, right? Because I'm an INFJ personality. If you don't know, that's an advocate. Apparently mine is one of the rarest. I do know one other person who has this personality type. And I took the test online. I did it for all you guys. There's a link in one of my old episodes for you to do the Myers-Briggs personality test, whatever, to get your whole workup. I've done Winnings. I did, God, I did so many people's. I used to have a whole list of what everybody was. And it's funny because Winning and I are only off by one letter. We're off by the last letter, but we're very fundamentally different in how we approach things. Like he's all logic based and I'm all intuitive, emotion based. So together we got it covered. But it doesn't always make for the easiest communication between us because I'm coming from one place and he's coming from another. And sometimes we just can't see the forest for the trees, but we'll work it out. But I was talking to him about this Carl Jung thing that I watched, and I said, I always say the same thing. I said, you've ruined me. Because he does, because he put all this stuff in my head and he gave me all this knowledge and ways to see things. So I see things that I didn't see before. And Carl Jung was going on and on in this thing, and they're explaining about how you have to be brave and embrace your individuality. And if nobody likes it, then you have to find your support group and you shun all those other people and just stick with those people who are like-minded. That was the creation and propagation and encouragement of the echo chamber. That was the beginning of here. You know what? You want to be yourself. You should be yourself. Be brave. That's what it takes. And that's where they get stunning and brave. Be brave. Go be yourself. Be as individualistic as you want. It doesn't matter how far from the norm you are. Find your group of like-minded individuals and you trust only them. You stick with only them. He actually said this. He said, go find the people who think like you, who accept you as you are, who encourage you and basically enable you, because it's all they're doing is enabling this mental illness that these people have. And you stay with them and don't go outside that group. Don't let any of their ideas in. Reject anything they have to say. And you fight. You fight for your right to be as freaky and weird as you want, basically. And that's what they did. They went off and they got together, and that's what we have now. We don't have what is a very illusionary, like fake viewpoint of how many there are. It's not that this is a mainstream thing. These are little pocket groups with big mouths and big supporters because they create a fracas. They stir shit up. They create distractions. They They enable people to get all into their emotions and get on their emotional, high horse and start spouting shit that doesn't make sense, but there's more than two of them, so obviously it's true. So people listen to them and they're like, "Oh my God, there's so many." No, it's not that there's so many. It's that they're loud and frequent. So they bombard you over and over and over and over and over. And they come at you from different angles. And then they use TV shows and movies and music and dolls and candy and like everything. They use everything to make you think they're everywhere. But they're not. They're not. If you get a 50-pound bag of flour that has 2 weevils in it, only 2 weevils, right? 50-pound bag of flour, 2 weevils. You don't care about the other 49.99%, pounds of flour. You care about those 2 weevils because you don't want them to grow, because they will. They'll just grow, and then it looks like there's so many more of them than there is of flour. By the way, they're almost impossible to get rid of. Freeze everything or just throw everything out, or freeze it and then throw it out. I don't care. Weevils are the devil. But thank God I don't have that problem anymore. That was a problem in Kansas. Good God. But you only have like these few things, but because they stand out, because they don't belong, because they're ruining everything and tainting everything they touch, you have to throw the whole thing out, because that's all you concentrate on is those few weevils. You don't notice the flour. You don't care that most of the flour is absolutely perfect and fine. Oh no, oh my God. You're so concentrated on the threat of those 2 little things that they become more than they are. They gain in power from your fear. They gain in power from your attention. I think what we need to do is just stop entertaining them. Don't make fun of them. Don't talk about them. I mean, I know I'm talking about them, but like, don't seriously have like back and forth battles with them, because you're not going to win. You're just going to make them look like they're being victimized, because they're good at playing that card. I think what we need to do is just like with any kind of narcissistic group that only cares about itself, you cut off the supply. Act like they don't exist to whatever degree we can, manage that. I know it's difficult. They get in your face. But I think that that's gonna have to be my thing going forward, even with my son. Like, whenever he wants to talk, nope, nope. I'm not entertaining a bullshit conversation. It's just, no, I'm not doing it. I am not gonna ruin our relationship in any way for some fringe group of freakazoids with mental illnesses, a bunch of men in dresses. Like, no, no, just no. And I think that's where I gotta leave that with him. Um, I was tickled to see Charlemagne the God confused. He truly said, "I feel like I've been lied to." Bro, you were so lied to, and you sucked that shit up with the biggest straw on the planet. You went at that liberal bullshit like a coke fiend goes at a mountain of snow. Like, seriously, he sucked it up and loved every minute, and then said, "Oh, guys, I don't think they would tell me the truth." No shit. No shit. Take your blinders off. You'll see so much more. But I like that he was just like, "Well, they said he was a fascist and he was this and he was that." And then they're like, "Okay, here's the keys to the kingdom." Like, where did his fascism go? Did it just like evaporate? No, it was never there. It was contrived. It was a lie. Lies. And anybody who doesn't get that reference, I don't know why I'm friends with you. But yeah, no. It just made me so happy to see him so like befuddled. Like, he was flabbergasted. I can't believe they lied to me. They've been lying to you for years. And they're gonna keep lying to you, and you're stupid enough to fucking go, "Okay," and just keep going with it. I hope you wake up. It'd be great to have somebody with that kind of platform on our side saying, "Hey, you know what? How about we run the country in a way that doesn't cost us trillions and trillions of dollars, doesn't put us as the enemy of every like retarded nation out there who wants to take advantage of us, doesn't make us the bitch of NATO, doesn't, put our rights on the line for the WHO and the WEF and all the other fucking alphabet bullshits around the world and in this country. Like, how about you have somebody on our side that says, hey, you know what? Our economy does suck, but this guy's going to make it better. Hey, immigration kind of out of control. This guy's going to make it better. You know what? Our rights are being trampled on. People are being, like persecuted and violated and ignored and left for dead, apparently, in different places, during natural disasters because they like Trump, because of their political affiliation. How about we stop being little bitches? How about that? How about that? How about we bring back comedy? How about not everything is about racism? How about white racism and black racism and Spanish racism and reverse racism? They all exist. And you know what? They don't have to. Those were made by humans. Those are human ideas. And we keep harping on them and making them like this view glass that we see everything through. I don't see it that way. I don't care what color you are. If you sit on your ass and you do nothing with your life, you contribute in no way, you're a piece of shit. I don't care what sex, color, identity. I don't care. I don't care who you are. Because I know what you are. And I know that you're not good for us as a country. You're not good for your family. I know you're a piece of crap. You're lazy. That's not something that's limited to skin color or religion or sex, gender, identity, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's inherent. That's who you are. Am I offended by it? Yeah. Did I die from it? No. I mean, people get offended all the time. Did you die? No. You got offended. Guess what? In 10 minutes, you forgot about it. We remember because people keep bringing the shit up. But I'm sorry, I'm tired of the snowflake thing. I'm tired of everybody. That's racist. You know what? You want to label me racist? Go ahead. Label me racist, sexist, misogynist, misandrist, fascist, communist, Democrat, Republican, independent, whatever the hell. Because I can't control the labels you put on me. I can't. If you want to like pigeonhole me into like this teeny tiny box and put a label on it, that's on you. I don't need to do that. I would rather people just be people and be decent, have dignity, have some pride. Like I said, they have the pride flags. Where's your pride in yourself? Where is your pride that, oh, hey, you know what? I'm a open-minded, tolerant, loving, forgiving, kind, decent, honest, trustworthy human being. How about having those as goals? Not how out there you could be. Not how, oh, I just accept everybody, including the people who want to like be with little kids. No, those are wood chipper people. Maps belong on walls. I will say that sentence till the day I die and then probably get to heaven and be like, I hope you have all the maps on walls somewhere in hell. Maps belong on walls roasting in hell. That's where they go. Never going to change my mind. However, why do these people support them? Defend them even. Say, oh, it's their natural inclination. No, it's a mental disease. It is a personality. Flaw is not even a big enough word for it. It's an abomination. Hurting children in any way, shape, or form is an abomination. As parents, do we hurt our kids? Yeah, sometimes it happens. We hurt their feelings. Something happens. We can't do something. We say no. You say something the wrong way. They take it the wrong way. Maybe you're in a bad mood. You brush them off. Yeah, it happens. Shit happens. Guess what? You learn to be resilient and roll with it. People say things all the time. If I cried over every single insult throughout the day, I'd never stop. I'd never stop. Living here is like running through the gauntlet of emotional abuse. Like, it's just nonstop. And it's wearing on me. It's getting to me. But I'll get stronger. I mean, I made it through before. I just gotta outlast everybody. That's my goal. Just just outlast everybody. But anyway, so yeah, so that was all that. Um, Vivek has been very vocal lately. He's getting fired up. Um, and RFK Jr., I gotta say, he is on fire. On fucking fire. This man has 0 fucks left to give. He said if he can't fire health personnel, that's all right. He'll just relocate them to Guam. I was like, damn. That's the old joke of, oh, yes, no, you don't go to prison, but you go to Siberia. Like, but when he said it, I was like, oh, he went old school on that one. He was like, no, I can't fire you. Okay. So then you're just gonna work for me where I fucking tell you, and I'll just make you miserable, and then you'll quit, or you'll just be somewhere miserable, and I won't have to worry about you. Bonus. To him, it's a win-win. He is going balls out against this health thing, and I love it. I'm here for it. I want everything to be like natural colors. And that might take some adjusting. It really will, because we're so programmed with the ADHD that they've put in all of us. And I don't care if you've ever been diagnosed with it. They have shortened our attention spans, and they have reduced us as a nation to, oh, I want that white because it's a bright color and it's shiny. Like, I don't know how it tastes. I don't know. Like, we used to smell food before we ate it. Now you look at it. Well, guess what? You can't see if most food goes bad because it's not natural food anymore. So it doesn't turn and spoil the way food used to. You could look at cheese before and be like, that went bad. You could look at milk, that went bad. Look at meat, that went bad. You can't even trust the color of meat because they inject them with dyes. It's like, are you kidding? I just want to eat food that isn't chemical. I don't think that's too big of an ask. Now, today I was on Twitter when I woke up. Like, I literally woke up and went directly onto X. And there was a post of somebody saying, "Are you kidding me with the FDA right now? Did you know?" And this is not corroborated because I literally had just woken up and it's the first thing I saw. All the pills that we've been taking to relieve cold symptoms for the last 50 years, like NyQuil, are useless. They don't work at all. And the FDA knew that and still pushed them. There's Mucinex, NyQuil, um, Sudafed, and there was another one that they were talking about. All of them have the same active ingredient. The active ingredient does nothing to alleviate cold symptoms. Nothing. What does it do? It probably just knocks you out. Because if you notice, when you take Sudafed or NyQuil, you go sleepy. But does it alleviate your cold? No. But psychologically, it tells you that you're feeling better. You can breathe better. You know you can't. But you're like, I took my medicine, so I'll be fine. I'll be fine. No. No, you won't. So, yeah, they've been lying to us for 50 years. I've spent so much money. I'm pissed I have Dayquil and NyQuil in the closet right now. I'm like, well, they're fucking useless. What, I take them to make myself feel better mentally? No, that's what I do other things for. But I'm taking pills for what? That's why I don't take any of the meds the doctors had put me on, because they didn't do anything but make me worse. And now I know why. Because our Food and Drug Administration don't give a shit. They got the contract. I mean, this is how I imagine it. They got the contract, or they got paid off to say, hey, this works. They said it and never looked back. And nobody questioned them. And if they did, they were silenced, because the FDA has lawyers, out the ass when the ordinary man does not. So they can afford to fight forever. They could do legal battles for decades upon decades and just wait for those people to die out. They'll have nobody left. I don't know. It bothered me a lot. So I'm really glad that we have RFK Jr. Uh, on the roster on Team Dream. Yes, Team American Dream. That's what they should have been called. They're the American Dream Team. Anyway, so back to chat. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes the link tried to get away, but I have to plant a pawn. Use of me. I can imagine my dad was that way with his health. Heidi, yeah, she's so stubborn, so stubborn. Rabbit, happy late birthday to Connor. Thank you very much. I can't believe I have 2 adult children. Do you know, I know when he hit 13, I sat there. My friend Rachel was like, "What do you think about?" I said, "The light at the end of the tunnel." She was like, "You're going to cry when he's an adult." I was like, "No, I'm not." And I didn't. I did not cry that he's an adult or that he's not my baby anymore. I was relieved because my government made me afraid to be a parent because they could just swoop in and blame me for fucking anything. And now I don't have any children. So it's like, you realize this is the first time in 30 years I have no minor children under my care. 30 years. Wow. That's, God, it's 60% of my fucking life I've spent as a parent. And I'll spend the rest of my life as a parent, but I mean as a parent of little, minor children. And I no longer have minors. He's 18, y'all. Oh, God. All right, I'm not thinking about it anymore. La 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 la. But he's a good boy. I worry about him, but he's a good boy. He's got a good head on his shoulders. It's just I know at 18 I had all sorts of weird freaking. You don't know me. My friends love me. Yeah, well, at the end of the day, your family they're the ones that you're gonna be with because friends come and go. Even the best of friends. I had Vicky and I were best friends 30 years. Me and Christine, best friends 30 years. Me and Tommy, best friends 30 years. Where they at? One's in a cop car, one's in a jail, and one's in a prison of her own making. So where are those friendships? Doesn't matter how much time I spent with them, what we had in common, how much I love them. At the end of the day, they still had their own tribes, their own lives, and I still had my tribe. And whether I talk to them or not, at the end of the day, my tribe is here. For good or for bad, they're here. This is what I got. And I know that now. I know the importance of family, but it took time. It took development. It took experience. He'll get there. He understands more than most the importance of family because, of Katie, basically. Knowing, growing up protective of her. Like he's the only one allowed to harass her. But I think he'll get better. It's just there's so much right now in the drama of it, and he's still a teenager. He's not, out of that. So he gets embroiled in the drama of it, and he's got all these feelings, and I'm like, good, feel your feelings. Don't be stupid. Don't act on them. Just remember, don't pick permanent solutions to temporary problems. None of these people you're afraid of are going to live forever, and just give them a chance. Give him a chance. Oh, but he's in power and gonna do it anyway. So you could either fret and bitch and cry about it the whole time, or you could sit back and go, all right, impress me. Let him impress you. Bet you he will. I bet you. Sit back and see, is life gonna get better? I was talking to one, I said, do you know how many of these people who are out there freaking out, my life is over, nobody understands me. Once everything goes back to normal standards, how easily they're just going to, it's like reset to default settings. Like they're going to go back to factory settings and they'll be happier. They'll be less angsty. They'll be less anxious. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the return to normal, not just for us, but for all the people who really do think that being this outrageous and different is a great thing. And they're like, "Oh, well, I found my those are not your people. Those are other unstable people. They're not gonna help you. It doesn't matter how big your pile of shit is. If you're building on shit, you're still building on shit. It's not stable. Build on something stronger. Build on something stronger." That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the realization, and you know it's gonna happen. We've seen it. We've seen it happen live in the middle of streams and interviews where the light bulb clicks on and they're, "Oh my goodness. I've been wrong this whole time?" "Hmm, yeah. Why didn't anybody we told you. You told us to go fuck ourselves. You told us we were fascists. You told us we were Nazis. You said all these horrible things about us, but that's okay as long as you figured it out finally." That's what they don't get. We're not malicious. We just want you to wake up. Wake up. Find your normal. Individuality is an illusion. Having these identity crises are the same things as having random thoughts. Your brain creates shit. It's called imagination. That doesn't make it real. And it doesn't mean you should put all your faith into that. Find the things that are real. Find the things that bring you real joy, accomplishment, pride. See, there's everybody gives pride a bad rap or whatever. Pride, as in hubris, is a sin. But God doesn't want you to live a debaucherous life where you can't be proud of yourself for sticking to your moral code. God is not going to punish you for having a moral code. God is going to punish you for going against the ethics and morals and values that He wants you to live by. It's not controlling, it's guiding, yes. But without lines, you'd be all over the place. Imagine highways with no borders on the sides. People would be driving all over the place. Imagine a 4-lane highway with no lines. Oh, good God. And you have to just trust people to just what? Stay in their imaginary lane? No, you have to create the lanes for them. And then they get to pick and choose which one works for where they want to go. You want to go fast, you go over to the left. You want to go off the exits and go slower, you go to the right. You want to just cruise along, stay in the fucking middle. You want to be, a green person, go in the carpool lane. There's all sorts of choices. That's what God does for us. He sets the lanes and goes, go ahead, your choice. Depending on which one you're going to choose, that's where you're going to wind up. But remember, you can change lanes. Just stay on the path. Those people, they went far off that path. They're out in the weeds somewhere. And I do feel bad for them. I understand my son. I feel bad for these people. I felt bad for Joe Biden. Not that he was like this horrible person. I mean, I don't feel bad about that. I felt bad that they had this old man like parading him around. And now I see he's fine. There ain't nothing wrong with him. And he throws shade like a motherfucker. He's good at it too. Hell, at the ceremony for the Veterans Day, Joe Biden completely cold-shouldered Kamala Harris and Doug the abuser, allegedly. But totally didn't shake her hand and say hello, nothing, just sat there like, la, 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 la. She's probably like, no, I mean, we're leaving in a couple months, but bitch, you lost. And she wore red on election day. That was hilarious. My son said, she doesn't know what she's doing. I was like, she is the lifelong wife of a lifelong politician. Do you really think a woman who plans all her outfits, as ugly as they are, didn't pick red for a reason. Like she picked an entirely red, it wasn't a red lapel, it wasn't a red scarf or a red belt or red shoes or red purse. No, it was head to toe red. That was a huge message and a huge fuck you to the Harris coalition. I'm gonna give them that name because they weren't administration. They didn't administer crap except bullshit. But she knew. They knew. She knew coming out in the fucking panda thing. He knew when he came out and put the Trump hat on at that place. He knew when he went up the stairs of Air Force One with the Trump hat in his hand the whole way, visible because red sticks out, especially on a gloomy day. They knew. And honestly, it's kind of impressive how much shade they threw. I was impressed. It was petty as fuck, and I was there for it. All right. So, Gutter's Pub. Good. I'm shelling you, gorgeous chatters. Nice. Nice. How you doing, Gutter? I know I haven't been around. Like I said, I've been really burnt out. Like I go to winning streams and I sit there and I'm like, ugh. And his streams are so informative and interesting, and I get into them, but I'm like, oh my God, I'm so tired. I can't sleep enough. I just can't. I can't sleep enough. Rabbit, I hope you're feeling better. I do. I hope you got your stuff done. I was thinking about you yesterday because I saw, believe it or not, I saw a commercial for RSV medication, and I thought of you instantly. So I do hope you're much better, honey. I think about you a lot. I do. Elephant, I'm behind. I go and make some eggs, and bam, you started. Oh, I had eggs this morning. I made myself a 3-egg omelet. It was really good. It was really, really good. I'm trying to do 2 meals a day, like one in the morning as soon as I wake up, mostly like protein, and then whatever the hell we eat around 6 tonight or every night. Depends. It depends on who's cooking. Last night I cooked. The night before I cooked. Shit, the night before I ain't cooking this week. They can all suck it. No, there's a lot of adults in this house. Like we're all adults. Oh my God, we're all adults now. Now everybody could take turns doing dinner. I'll be goddamned. And of course, my son wanted me to make his birthday cake. But what did he? He didn't want a standard birthday cake because he doesn't really like frosting. All right, I like frosting. I didn't need the sugar, so I was like, fuck it. I'll just. What do you want? So he wanted pineapple upside down cake with extra maraschino cherries, and he wanted vanilla ice cream, strawberry ice cream, and cherry vanilla ice cream. That was all he wanted for his birthday. He didn't care about a present. He didn't care about. I mean, I bought him a iPad case that he wanted, which was kind of pricey, but whatever. He'll use it until it falls apart, so I don't worry about that. But that was all he wanted. So I made him 2 pineapple upside down cakes with extra cherries and a cut up pineapple, and put pineapple in the batter so that every like bite you took, you had like shredded pineapple in. And it was really good. And I replaced the water with the pineapple juice. I really kind of wanted to make one like totally boozy just for me, my mother, and her husband. But I was like, nah, let me not fuck with his cakes. So he's happy. He's a good boy. For once you're the one behind, Ellie. Yeah, don't worry, she's not behind anymore because I'm already 40 minutes behind. My one cat sounds like an elephant stomping around the house. Yeah, it's amazing because both the cats, they're not big cats. I mean, they're a little heavy, but they're not fat, but they're like muscular. She's like a little, she reminds me of like a white tiger because she's got that boom, kind of like the arms in front that they bow out. So she looks like she's like she lifts. That's what she looks like. So she's just this little bruiser. She's tiny and she's got the clipped ear. And so she looks like completely innocuous and like innocent. And then you go near her and you're like, damn, cat, like she's a bruiser. She's boom. She messes him up all the time. That's who's chasing. It's not Boo chasing her. She chases him around the house, and he just run until he can't run anymore. And then they both run in my room and get yelled at, and they go to sleep. But because they like using me as part of the course sometimes. Like they'll take a deviant like into my room, and you hear them bang head first into the door because the door's never open enough. And then they'll like jump up on the bed, run up like all the way to my pillow, run around my head, and then run back down. And I'm going to kill them one day because I swear they're going to take out an eye. And it's not going to be theirs. It'll be mine. They think he's taking away their right to kill their babies. Yeah, that's another thing. My son said that to me today. He goes, "Oh, you're not worried about abortion because you're too old to have babies." And I just looked at him. I said, "You realize that if I thought like these people, neither you nor your sister would be here." And he just like looked at me. And I said, "That's where it's at." I said, "I don't believe in abortion as birth control. Emergency measures, yeah, sometimes it's a medical procedure that has to be used. I hate to say it. Does it make it right? No. But sometimes you don't have a choice. Or you do have a choice, and the choice is you or the pregnancy. And guess what? The pregnancy is not going to happen if you're not here anyway. So you got to choose, self-preservation. That's a very specific situation. But as birth control, just every time you get pregnant, oh, let me just take it out. I know tons of girls that was the term they used to. Oh yeah, I'm pregnant. No, I'm going to take it out on Tuesday. I'm going to take it out on Thursday. Because to them, it's not. In order to deal with what they're doing, they don't put it in their brain that that's a baby. It's just an inconvenience. It's like getting a tooth removed or getting like a wart frozen off to them. Like that's how clinical it is. Because they have to do that in order to be able to do that and face themselves, in the mirror. And he didn't think of it that way. And I was like, I said, if I believed like these people believed, you wouldn't exist. And neither would your sister. Both of them were unplanned. I never made, any kind of secret of that. How could I? I wasn't married for either one of them. Confused the shit out of my son when he was like, wait a minute, but you have two husbands? No, I have one. But he's not our father. Nope. All right, Ma, you got to explain. And I had to explain that I made bad decisions in my life, but I held myself accountable. I raised my kids myself. Didn't matter if I had help or not, which I didn't. But it didn't matter because those were my babies. I made them. I loved them from the first nanosecond I knew about them. Mine. They were mine. To be loved and protected and cared for, to grow up. Was it scary? Fuck, of course, yeah, it was scary. Would it have been easier if I just walked down to the clinic and said, oh, no, I don't have to worry about that? Yes, but then I wouldn't have had my babies. I wouldn't have had years of frustration and joy and happiness and sorrow and anger and absolute like acceptance and unconditional love and hugs and fighting. I wouldn't have had any of it. It would have just been me. Yeah, I could have partied harder. Woohoo! So what? Like, I never wanted that. These women, oh, I'm 42 and I'm out every night getting drunk because I have no kids. Look at me being wild and free. That's your purpose in life? To be a party girl? Because I could do without a whole bunch of you. You don't contribute. You keep the bars in business and apparently abortion clinics. But as far as like being somebody for other people to look up to, why would I put you on a pedestal? What have you done other than just waste decades of your life? All these women, I'm in my 40s. I don't ever have to have kids. I don't even have to worry about getting pregnant. No, you don't. And it's sad. It's sad. I still lament that time in my life has passed and I didn't do more with it. But, I got what I got. And, you get what you get. You don't get upset. I love my kids. I'm happy with my kids. Would I have liked more? Yeah. Did I have them? No. When I go to heaven, will they hopefully be waiting to meet me there? Yes, absolutely. I look forward to that. It's something I anticipate more than is probably healthy, knowing that those souls are waiting for me and that I get to finally, like, greet them, be near to them. But these women going around that, "Oh, I could sleep with all these men. I have a 300 body count." Why are you, like, proud of this? I mean, I've been wild, but my version of wild is vastly different than theirs. And I think because I came from such a very strict Catholic, like, heavy on the guilt, heavy on the, moral responsibility kinda household, that my version of wild is very underrated. Like, it's nothing compared to what they think is wild. Like, I guess I have, like, the square version of wild. Like, I did daring stuff. I was reckless. I wasn't a whore, but I was reckless. I was in relationships that I just didn't give a shit about. Like, "Alright, we're gonna have sex 4,000 times this year, unprotected? Sure, spin the wheel." Like, whatever, but it was one person. So, was I, like, a hoe for him? Sure. I think you should be a hoe for your man, like, only with your man, not for him, but with him. Like, you should. You should be wild with your man, like, go ahead, go for it, both of you, like, but just the 2 of you. Like, stop inviting people in. Like, I keep saying that, like, yeah, I've done the threesomes, I've done foursomes, I've done daisy chains. It didn't fulfill me in any way. I walked away going, "Meh." Like, because they're like, "Oh my god, you did that? That's so wild." No, not really. It was kind of fucking monotonous is what it was. "Oh, but you got off on." No, not really. They got off on it. Oh, they got off. Oh, yeah, they definitely got off. I made sure of that because I do have pride. But, no, I mean, it was all those experiences, I coulda skipped them, and I'd have been the same person. I coulda skipped them all. I learned nothing from them. It was just pointless fun, which, sometimes you need that. But it didn't sculpt me into a better person. It didn't make me more worldly. Do I know some shit other people don't? Yeah. Is that a good thing? Debatable. It's debatable. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's not. Maybe somebody really wants that experience, but they don't know how to do that. Could they live vicariously through me telling it? Yeah, they could. Skip the middleman. Just go right from, you don't have to go through any of the experience just to know where I wound up and how it was. Here you go. Here's the story. My friend Manny used to play those stories on a loop in his head because he was never going to live it, but he could imagine it because I'm a descriptive person and pretty decent at telling stories, especially face to face because I'm very animated. That's what you guys can't see. I'm sure you hear it because my voice is all over because my hands are always going and I'm always like moving around or making faces or whatever. If you could see me, it's a lot more engaging. I'll give you that. But I'm very, very expressive and I'm a goof. I make a lot of funny expressions. Like, I think that's kind of my thing. But I do gesture a lot. I mean, I'm Italian, but I'm very, very, very animated. So when I'm telling a story, I mean, I get into like, I'm physically telling you a story. And I don't know, it lands better with people and it sticks with them. And then they don't feel like they missed out on something because they have all these weird stories in their head that they can replay and laugh at like a movie. And they don't have to go and do the things that I did because they're like, damn, that sounds embarrassing. It was. Like, at a certain point, when you're in a certain position or whatever, your modesty and dignity are shot to hell. You're just like, I hope they come back later because I don't know where they are now. But everybody has those moments. I mean, well, maybe not everybody. I'm generalizing, but whatever. I've had those moments. And it's funny to watch somebody be like, "Oh my god, like I've always wanted to do that, but now that I heard about it, no, I'm glad I didn't." I'm like, "You're welcome." It's my public service announcement. I do the things that you don't so you don't have to. Anyway, it was just a funny little thing. I just said I hope Trump rethinks some of his possible choices for his cabinet. Lee Zeldin believes in climate change. I know, part of the conservative climate change caucus. And supports carbon tax. Yeah, he's not going to let him get away with that shit. Continued. Then there's Rubio and others proven to be warmongering neocons. Yeah, he definitely has to sit down and really, really flesh out not just what he knows, but what's been said about them so they could be like investigated and really vetted. He really needs to be careful because we only really have the first shot at this. We're not going to get a second shot if we miss the first. Like, we cannot miss this layup. Everything, all the stars are aligned. It has to happen. You're caught up. I'm not. Gutters. Iron Rapid. Oh, thank you. Let me see where. Okay, so I don't have. Where the hell? Okay, here we go. Ready? There you go. Thank you, Iron Rabbit, for becoming a YouTube member. You are now an innocent bystander. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Sorry, my mother's coming in and out of my room. She's distracting as fuck. You became a new member. Oh my goodness. And you bought 5 memberships. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let me go back. Who got, because it won't tell me in StreamYard. So we got Wolfkinder. Wolfkinder got a gifted membership. Danielle with a small D. Baby Loves Substance. I don't know who that is. But welcome. Amber L. Why does it say? It only gave me 4. Or it only listed 4. What the hell? Huh. That's weird. Okay. But thank you so much. Thank you, Iron Rabbit. That was really sweet of you. Let me find. I played your membership thing, but let me find something. I guess I'll dance for you. Very nice. Thank you so much for that, Iron Rabbit. And I did see, let me jump ahead. Cool Gamer is a new member. Thank you, Cool Gamer, for joining and becoming an innocent bystander. I kept it to only 1 tier because there's no point in like trying to have tiers like for different levels. I mean, I'm going to do the same thing with all of you. Thank you, Cool Gamer. You know what? I didn't get a super chat, but I don't have enough different things. I mean, I could. You know what? Here.
All I do is win, no matter what.
That was for you, Cool Gamer. That's my favorite.
All I do is win, no matter what.
But I made that one. You could tell because it's so fucking like simple. But I love that one. So winning did make me a super chat thing with the new music because I Okay. YouTube can say we cannot monetize your stream because of that damn chicharron, whatever the fuck music it was. But yeah, I couldn't do it. But thank you, Cool Gamer, so sweet. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it, all of you. Iron Rabbit, I appreciate you buying those memberships and welcome to our new members. It's nice to be back in the swing of things. But I really do appreciate it. And Yamaha, hello to you, honey. Yamaha said, I'm shaving my head and not sleeping with any men. Oh, wait, that's my norm. Disregard, Terry. None of these women, I don't understand it. We're not sleeping with any men. No, reverse that. No men are sleeping with you. And now you're just on a soapbox because now you can say, I'm doing it for a reason. No, you were doing it for reasons before, just not reasons of your own choosing. Like it was their choice before. Now it's on my terms. Sure. Yeah, you know what? I'm not ending the world today either. I'm going to take a stand and say, I am not going to end the world today. You know why? Because I was never gonna. So you're not gonna sleep with men? Don't worry, bitch. You were never gonna. I can't. I just can't. They're out there screaming, and I'm like, oh my God, who wants to wake up next to a nightmare like you anyway? And I'm not talking about their looks, the toxicity that spews off these people. I can't. I absolutely can fucking not. Like you're in somebody's face, spitting in their face while you're talking, and nobody wants to come home to that ever. Ever. I don't care if you're 4 pounds, 40 pounds, 400 pounds, 5,000 pounds. If you're 8 feet tall, 2 inches tall, I don't care. But if you're going to be a miserable, loud, obnoxious fuck, I have no interest in you. I'm definitely not sleeping with you. But as a person, I have no interest to have you in my sphere, like in my circle of friends or in my neighborhood. Like, get the hell out. But yeah, no, I don't think sex is a problem. I really don't. I don't think it's something you need to voluntarily give up when you can't get it anyway. Just saying. And I've never had that problem. So, but yeah, just miserable fucking people, and they're just throwing that shit. Oh, I'm shaving good because then you'll be easily identified. Except now you're pissing off anybody who's ever had chemotherapy and lost their hair and had to go with that trauma, because it is traumatic for them to lose something they didn't want to lose. You're giving up something to punish somebody. Who are you punishing? Nobody cares if you're bald. You are insulting as fuck to people with like alopecia and who went through chemo, but they can deal with you themselves because finally they have somebody they could like say, hey, you piece of crap. How dare you? Finally, maybe they can get some vindication. Say, hey, you know what? Nobody paid attention when this happened to me. And you're doing it on purpose. Like I got made fun of, but you're doing it on purpose because you're an idiot. They can come out and like just let it loose. Go ahead. Go for it. Go after him. Go get him. But the whole shaving the head, I don't see the point. I mean, yeah, it'll help you have better grocery bills. You don't have to buy shampoo, conditioner, or like, razors or any kind of hygiene or makeup because nobody's going to come near you anyway because you're a crazy, miserable fuck. It has nothing to do with your hair. That's just the signal telling us, not this one's the red flag. Avoid this one. So good. Wear your bracelets, get your blue tattoos, do whatever you need to do so that you're easier spot. They say, identifying the problem is the key to solving the problem. So there you go. Elephant said, I took the test years ago and I think I might because that I might be that or the thinking one. Also, your personality changes as you age, so the test results change. Yeah, I was a different personality type when I was in high school. We had to take that in high school. And I got like, mine came out as teacher. So not really that different, but I wasn't an introvert in high school. I actually tested as an extrovert. And I was like, that can't be right. Because I don't like people. Even as a teenager, I didn't like people. I'd rather be in my room reading a book, listening to music, or watching a movie by myself. Like, I was always fine by myself. It was, even now, I love my own company. I do. Love my own company because I have a very imaginative, active mind. I don't need to be entertained. I don't need engagement like to a huge degree because my brain never stops. So there's always a narrative going. Like there's always commentary and like it's soliloquying and like doing all this shit in my head. And I'm sitting there just trying to like listen. Sometimes my brain is too loud for me to listen to other people. Cause I'm like I zone because I have like 18 opinions going in my head over things you're not even talking about, have nothing to do with you. And they're just so loud, I can't even hear you. I know you're talking, it's not coming in. Like it's just not. So yeah, like I enjoy my own company. But yeah, they swore I was an extrovert. And I think it changes over time because you realize more about yourself so you can answer the questions more honestly. You have a different perspective as to what they're actually asking you. Cuz some of them are a little weird. Uh but yeah, you should definitely take it again and see what you are. See what you are. Just you just type in free Myers-Briggs personality test and you'll get there's a long form and a short form. I took the long form. Um but it was scarily accurate for me. Like scarily so. And I took it a couple times and I still kept coming up with the same exact thing. So I was like, I guess that's what I am. I'm a INFJ. And then I went through like all the properties and I was like, oh yeah. Like other people might not think that, but the thing is, with that personality type, so much is kept internally that we never let out, that nobody would know that that's actually very fitting for me, except for me, unless I told them, which I tell you guys everything. So I'm not very good at the whole secrecy thing. Being a mystery, they're like, a lady should be a mystery. I'm not a mystery. What you see is what you get. Uh, Lady Awesome said, Elephant, or in my case, it depends what personality takes. That's actually a really good one. That's a good one. I just called Katie Sybil yesterday because we were talking, not yesterday, Sunday. We were going over different stories of when they were kids because it was Connor's birthday and he wanted all the stories. So I had to, I had to go through all the birthing stories and everything else. And we were talking about my favorite pictures of Katie are of her crying because everybody's like, oh my God, look, she's so, oh, it's so sad. I'm like, please, do you know what I did right before I took that picture? I said, Katie, cry. She said, ah, and I took the picture. Then I said, Katie, laugh. She said, ha 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 ha, ha, and I took a picture. Because she was Sybil, you could just say it and she'd do it. Full, like, we're not talking Amber Heard acting, like she was in it. She could cry, produce tears. It was amazing. She could make her mouth go into such a downward frown that like it was comical. She almost looked like that tragedy mask, like the crying, theatrical mask. And it's just hilarious. So we used to call her Sybil because she had multiple personalities and she could switch them on a dime. But yeah, she didn't have crocodile tears. She had real tears. She can still produce tears at the drop of a hat. She's amazing at it. She just look at you and just one tear. And I'm like, all right, cry, baby. She doesn't get the reference because she doesn't like the movie. She saw it like once and didn't like it. And I was like, how do you not like Johnny Depp? But whatever. But yeah, she does like the one tear. It's so funny. My mama taught me that not everybody will like you. There are some people who will not like you for no reason at all. You can't make everybody happy. You can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please everybody all the time. I've I've met so many people that are like, "Oh my god, you're so nice. I can't believe what I thought of you in the beginning." I'm like, "What? I thought you were so mean." Okay, well, I didn't like you at all. Why? Well, because you feel yeah, I thought you were gonna be so mean, like, you looked so mean all the time. I looked mean? Like, did I walk around with a baseball bat hitting people? No. What made you think I was mean? Well, you're so serious. I was working. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if I'm concentrating on somebody, am I supposed to sit there and, like, giggle the whole time? I'm concentrating. I'm busy. I'm focused. Oh, but yeah, I was just so intimidated. Well, that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, so many people would say that, and I'd be like, "But what? Tell me. Tell me what is making you avoid talking to me so that I can repeat it." But it's like, just tell me, because I don't know what I'm doing. And they can never, they're like, "Well, you just looked mean." I looked mean. Okay, did I have resting bitch face? No, but you weren't smiling. Okay. And which is odd because I smile 90 fucking percent of the time, like easily. My mother, she yells at me, she's like, "What the hell are you smiling about?" I'm like, "Nothing." Why? Why are you smiling? Because I want to smile. Fuck, what the hell? Like, I didn't realize it was a crime. But yeah, I smile a lot. I like to smile at people because I feel like people don't get smiled at enough. Yeah, you could change somebody's entire mood if you smile at the right time, the right way, or be annoying about it. Because that's what I do. Like, if you're in a bad mood, I will get all up in your face, grinning. I will rub my titties against you. I will bounce my ass on your leg. It doesn't matter. I will do whatever I have to do to make you crack and to fucking laugh. I will make you smile. Against your better judgment, I will make you smile. That's what I do. And then I walk away and I go cry because that's me. But my emotions have never been regulated. I've never been able to. I've done my best to self-regulate, but on their own, they don't regulate. They spike and drop, and it's bizarre. It's really hard to deal with. See, like, I was just up, 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 and yet I'm crying. So why? We all have different things attached to what we do. It bothers me. It hurts that it takes so much for me to smile and that it's just not appreciated. Part of what I wanted to talk about today with the INF Rage, it's about needs. Just give me a second. Everybody's got needs, and yet people are embarrassed to admit that. I'm gonna catch up to chat in a minute, but I gotta get this part out. Everybody's got needs, but they're embarrassed. I don't know why, but a lot of us were raised to be ashamed of having needs because apparently that makes you selfish when you have needs. Now, I'm not talking about superfluous needs. I'm not talking about, oh, I need a bigger car or a bigger house or whatever. I'm talking about basic needs. Hugs, um, encouragement, some type of compliment. People go, "Oh, well, compliments are empty." No. What is wrong with telling somebody the good things you see about them regularly? Reminding them of all that you see in them that you value, about how wonderful you think they are. Why don't we tell each other stuff like that? I say it, and I'll preface it by saying this is gonna sound so contrived and corny and trite and, like, take it as you want it, but I mean it sincerely, like, you're a wonderful person. I tell people when I love them, I tell them when I'm proud of them. I tell them how amazing they are. And I do it freely because I think people need it. I think they deserve it. I think it feeds their spirit. I think some people get too close to the darkness, and sometimes you gotta remind them of the good in them so they come back. It's amazing how many people teeter on the edge of darkness and light. And I don't ever wanna be that person who pushes them into the darkness. I want them to come back to the light. Let me tell you what's so wonderful about you. I don't care you're at your lowest. I don't care. I don't care you've done things wrong. I don't care you've made mistakes. I don't even care that you've hurt me or somebody I love. I need you to be a better person so it doesn't happen again because it can't undo what you did. You can't go back in time and fix it, but you can avoid repeating it. You could make amends for what you did. You could look at what you did or how you were or whatever and feel remorse and say, "You know what? I wish maybe I hadn't have done that. Or maybe that wasn't the best decision and I can make better decisions." I want you to be that person, always. I wanna be that person, but I certainly don't wanna be the person who pushes you to become darker or pushes you into a place where you're alone or where your decisions are desperate and you're not thinking, you're just feeling. And so many people are at that precipice. So many people. So why can't we be kinder? I mean, that's how I raised my kids. I said, of all the things you could ever be in this world, just do me a favor. Please be kind. I can be mean. I don't Mean is not my default setting. Critical, yes, I am very critical. Like I just make not it's not critical to me. I make observations literally every second. And when I'm with somebody that I'm comfortable with, I feel like can be myself with, I will voice those observations randomly. Now, they'll hear one thing and then not hear anything like similar for like, I don't know, an hour or whatever. But every second, my brain is telling me little tidbits of look at this, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. Look, notice this, notice this, notice this, notice this, notice this, notice this, notice this. And I have to process that while you're talking to me, while we're looking at something, while I'm doing something, while I'm trying to have a conversation. All this is processing in my head and I'm noticing all of it. And sometimes random things just blurt out like, oh, look at that one's, whatever. Or I'm like, oh, look at her fucking hair, look at that one's teeth or whatever. And I get called out for it. And it's like, okay, so now I said something, you criticized me for it in a weird way.
So I know you don't like that. So now I can't do that around you. And I begin to alter my personality and my habits to make that person happy. So now I'm not being myself. I'm not relaxed. Now I'm on edge. And I have to watch what I say or I'm going to be judged. That makes me quiet. Because if I can't just relax and let what's in my head out of my mouth around somebody, then I don't have anything left to say to you. Then I have to start to guard myself. And I have to watch what I say and I have to monitor myself. I have to regulate who I am because you disapprove or you don't like it or you had something to say about it. And slowly that list of things I can't do gets longer and I get quieter and quieter and quieter until eventually I have nothing left to talk about, nothing left to joke about because everything has become, oh, you do this, I don't do that. You do this, I don't do that. You do this, I don't do that. And it's an admonishment whether they know it or not. It's a course correction. It's a slap on the hand, like from the nuns. You know, don't don't do that. I don't like it. Don't do. You're not saying that, but that's what you're doing. So once that starts, that's pretty much that's a huge red flag for me because that's me coming to the end. That's me going, yeah, no. If I have to start being somebody I'm not to make you happy, then we shouldn't interact. Like, go be happy with somebody who makes you happy because I'm not here to make you unhappy. I'm not here to make anybody unhappy. And that's what that feels like. Like when you have needs and you're afraid to say, I'm not getting my needs met. In fact, you're draining what I have left, of my reserves. Like I can't do it. Like the well is dry. The well is empty. There's nothing left. What do you do? And a lot of us are raised to be ashamed that we have those basic needs. How hard is it to be kind to somebody? To pay attention to them, you know, to give back a little of what they give you. It's not that difficult. But for some people, it's this monumental thing that they just, even when you ask for it, they can't seem to accomplish it. We prioritize as adults, often putting ourselves last. I get that. Even though there's like this constant knowledge that we need something that we aren't getting. You know what I mean. You go into an encounter with somebody and you're all kinds of happy and excited, to give them that, you want them to give that same energy back, revel in it with you. You want to enjoy each other. And then, they don't return it or, they come back with like zero or they cut you off when you do, find something that you enjoy. Like they have like this uninterested kind of distracted energy all the time and it deflates you because you can go in all excited to like share this and whatever and they just like it goes in one ear and out the other and it's like why am I bothering to talk to you when it's like talking to myself? I can do that. I'm a person who needs feedback. I do. I need a reaction. I need a something. Because if I'm talking and you're not answering me in any way, shape, or form to prove that you're even paying attention, then why are you here? Why are you talking to me? Habit? It's not interest. So, like, if you're not interested in what I'm saying, then why are you talking to me? Move on. I'll move on too. And this is my whole life. And I've walked away from a lot of people who have done that. A lot of people. Like, all right, well, you don't value me. You don't show me you value me. Then you don't have me. How about that? I show people I value them. I tell them. Every fucking one of them. Do you tell them? I mean, when they don't tell you, it literally sucks the joy out of everything that you do. You know, what if they don't really care that their reaction bothers you or lack of a reaction? You know, if they dismiss it like it's no big deal. It's a very big deal to you, but to them apparently it's not. You know, and they later on they'll be like, "Oh, well, you know, I didn't mean anything." But yes, but it still it hurt and it was done and it was repeated again and again and again. It became the norm. You know, I don't get many joyous moments in my life, and being in a cheerful mood for me is hard nowadays. It takes all my energy to put on a smile and like be peppy, to be a little positive, to be a little upbeat. You know, so if I'm upbeat and I bounce around only to hit this cold, silent wall, it's gonna drain me and it's gonna send me into like instant turtle mode. You know, not turtle out of fear mode, but like out of discouragement. How many times can you visit the well hoping for water and come up dry before you find another fucking well? I think a lot of us make excuses for other people not meeting our needs. You know, we say it's they're not their responsibility. I don't want to put that kind of burden on them. But you know what? It kind of is. We meet the needs of others on a regular basis usually. So why aren't we afforded the same courtesy? Everybody deserves to feel important to the people that they love. Yet we often deny our need for exactly that. I mean, listen, I am not unself-aware. I am very self-aware. I know I have normal human expectations. Whether I want to have expectations or not, they're there. I know I require attention. I require feedback. I require emotion and matching energy levels most of the time. You know, I need to feel loved and needed and wanted. Like my opinion matters. Like I am important. Like I am a priority. At least in that moment. You know I need to feel appreciated for what I do. You know, because I do a lot to anticipate and fulfill everybody else's fucking needs. I know I'm a hopeless romantic. I know I have trust issues, low esteem, whatever. I know I have a lot of triggers. I know I'm tired of getting the shit end of the stick. That's what I know. That's what I know. Tired of bending over backwards for everybody else. Giving and giving and giving and nothing. Or scraps. Little things that I love all the little things, but when you get nothing but like a little thing here and there, like a breadcrumb thrown into a fucking wind in the middle of a snowstorm, that's not gonna do much. You know, when we get to the point where I have nothing left to say, that we're past the point of band-aids. There's no easy fix. That's sad for me. Rabbit said, sorry, gotta go. Love to you all. Love you too, Rabbit. You left a while ago. My mama did. Thank you again for the memberships. My mama taught me that not everybody will like. Yeah, we would do that. Let me catch up. Sorry, y'all. I'm eating breakfast. I suck at typing and eat. Don't worry about it. I'm way behind. Hey, Memento, how you doing? More protein. Yes, eggs are good. Okay, finish. Freeze the flour when you get home. Then after a week, put it in Mylar bag with oxygen absorbers and in a bucket. That's what we do. All that for flour because of a couple weevils. Weebles wobble, but they don't. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. Puffer! Hello, little friend. I'm goofing. Sorry. Hi, Shelly. Hi, honey. How are you? What the fuck is a weevil? Weevil. Weevil. I can't help making fun of lefty loans till they cry. I need more salt for winter. There you go. You always need the salt for the snow. Shelly, I think a lot of us go through this when we think we're right and we don't understand until we work and the government takes all the taxes out and we get passed up for promotions because not a DEI. Exactly. You don't understand the injustice of it until it's visited upon you. Sometimes that's what it takes for some people. They have to experience it personally. Or we think about my reproductive rights and not realizing it isn't about that, but the Constitution. Yeah. The whole thing with they want it on a federal level. No. I want as much handled by the individual states as we can get. Like, I want the feds out of our lives. I want all these other little agencies out of our lives. There are other agencies like CPS that need to go the fuck away because they serve no purpose except to make shit worse. They've done way more harm than good. At this point, we're better off just policing our own goddamn communities. She spent more on her hey Outpost. She spent more on her campaign than she took in. So now that's how she would run the country. That's what I was thinking. I was like, do you see if you would have elected her? She had $1 billion and is still $20 million in debt and did nothing and lost. He did it for a third of the money and won. And his people showed up for free. He didn't have to hire mouthpieces. He had people who are like, yes, let me be on your team. I want to fight on your team. Let me go. Let's fucking go. They were excited to be there. Her people were like, fine, I know you got Diddy tapes and I got a career I got to think of. So if you pay me, I'll show up and I will dot my ass and I will twerk and I will stand here and talk about WAP and I will be as degenerate as possible. And because that's who you are, right, Mala? Yep, that's who she is. Girl, you got to pay me. She had to fucking pay Oprah. Don't Oprah have like all the money? Bitch, go back to Maui or wherever the hell you fucking have a house that didn't burn down like everybody else's. Go back there. You're asking people for donations for other people that yet you're making this bitch pay you $1 million so you can stand up there and lie to us? Y'all have no credibility anymore. None. Beyonce, what? You thought what? If she got into the White House, your involvement with Diddy and your husband's involvement with Diddy was just going to disappear? Really? I'm sure that was part of your rationale plus, $8 million. What exactly is she paying you for? Because you were there 3 minutes. And didn't she bring like one of Destiny's Child people? Couldn't even fucking solo it? Like, nobody even realized who that was. But go ahead, get all this money and let's get her into office because we don't want to go to jail ourselves. Guess what, bitch? Enjoy your $8 million. You're going to be spending it on lawyers. You're going to need every penny you have for those lawyers just to keep your ass out of the federal jails. Go ahead. Wouldn't that be funny? If all the celebrities got rounded up that were guilty of crimes and they all got put in Gitmo, Gitmo would probably be the hottest hub of entertainment on the planet. Because they'd all be there. Old, young, male, female, non-specific. They'd all be there. They'd be hopping. It'd be like a freaking frat party over there. That's hysterical. Can you imagine if they were all locked up and all their assets seized? and redistributed to the people of the country. You know, the place of origin where they got their money from. I mean, that only stands to reason. We paid them all, so they should give the money back. I would love that. I would pay to see that. I really would. I would give quite a lot to see these people have to fork over their fortunes because they thought they were untouchable and they could touch everybody else. Yeah, I would like to see them come down a couple thousand pegs. No pun intended. I'm not a fan of Charlemagne. I'm not either. I don't understand him being on the radio successfully. And same. Just don't think he knows how to talk. He doesn't, and he's really rude. He's really rude to people. Like, he has no conversation skills. All he wants to do is fight. And that's the whole thing. He comes out the door like growling. He's the pit bull when it comes to, arguments. He just comes out the gate barking, and that's it. That's all you hear. And you get afraid. But he really has no bite. He's pointless. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and he doesn't use facts. He uses feelings, and I read this somewhere. Yeah, what was your source? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that great research you did there. He's a fad. I mean, that's what he is. He's trendy right now. Or we get pregnant and realize how precious life is and how wrong we were about our views on reproductive rights. Yep. It's amazing when you hear that heartbeat, the difference it makes. We know someone who had their child was taken away from them because they aren't the mother. Aw. That's terrible. I don't think that the actual birth process makes you the qualified mother. I think you can be somebody's mother without having given birth to them if you have that mother's instinct and that nurturing love in your heart for them. You can become a mother. I know a lot of women who gave birth who are not mothers. They're breeders, but mother, no, that's a special term to me. Sounds like you're just sick of labels, Shelly. Hold on one sec. Anyway, guys, is that it? Yeah. If my pills are in there, take them out of there. My supplements. My son, he's like, oh, my package is. You couldn't wait like a couple hours, but apparently not. Morgan Freeman said it best. If you want to stop racism, stop talking about it. Yep. I am sick of labels. Outpost. I've never liked labels. I've used them. I still use them because we just do that. But do I like them? No, I don't. I know someone whose girlfriend dangled the reproductive rights and actually terminated the pregnancy after he said he wanted to keep and raise his child. Yeah, because they don't want to have to, like, I'm not ruining my body. I'm not taking that time out. And it's like it's literally a miracle of creation, and you're looking at it like it's an inconvenient thing that happened to you, not something you actually went out and did. Like you just woke up one day and you were pregnant. No, bitch, you had unprotected sex. That's how you got pregnant. Let's not like mince words. A lot of these girls go and get abortions because they're fucking whores who fuck around, don't know who the daddy is. They don't want to have to say eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch the father by the toe. Like, it's just, they don't want to have to admit that they're complete fucking slam dogs and they don't know who the daddy is. So, oh no, I can't be bothered with that. And then like, I want to go clubbing. I want to go on vacation. I want to go. They're so selfish because their morals are gone. They're absolutely gone. And I'm not talking about, a one night stand here, a one night stand there. I'm talking about these bitches are like, I'll do you at 10 o'clock, you at 11 o'clock, you at 12 o'clock, you at 1 o'clock, you at 2 o'clock. Because that's how they get their measure of worth. I happen to know a little bit about, feeling like you get your self-worth from your sexual prowess or your sexual attractiveness. I get it. I've done it. But the thing is, there's a difference between being a sexy person and being a whore. Like, you can tease it, but don't just give it randomly away to 18 fucking guys a day. And I know girls, like good girls, that I was like, I can't believe they're like, oh yeah, my body count is so high. I'm like, how high could it be? I thought my body count was high. And then they're telling me, and I'm like, oh, I feel like a virgin. Jesus. And I'm like, are you serious? And oh yeah. I don't even know that many people. Like, I don't. I really, that's why I say I thought I was wild. Apparently, comparatively speaking, I was not. Like, I might have been verbally free with how I talk because I was raised in a gas station. But when it comes to like the actual sharing of like body and space, yeah, no, I'm not. No. That's I'm way more discerning for that, apparently. Just don't think that. Just go. Just get out. Goodbye. He threw them at me, and I missed. But in all fairness, he threw them at my side, and I couldn't turn that way. Outpost, I hate everyone equally. I mean, I usually dislike people before I like them, but that's a self-preservation thing. I'm aware that I do that. And you can blame former politicians about closing mental institutions. Yeah, I know. In the name of disability rights. I know. Well, they don't forget, they also did that so that they could put special needs kids into public schools so that they could funnel more money into the Department of Education than funnel it into the state departments. And the money would go to the states, and each state could get fatter and fatter based upon the number of special needs kids they had that needed funding from the federal government, because that's where they get it. So, I mean, there is a correlation there. It made them money, a lot of money, and they weren't putting money in these state institutions. So instead of spending money on these special needs people, they were making money. They were creating programs that didn't work, run by people who didn't care, but they were getting money for it. They're putting, let me tell you something. One of the programs they tried to put Katie in when she graduated was a work program. It was sold as this like high tech for special needs and da-da-da. And I followed that motherfucker all the way down to the actual job source. And I went to the place. Do you know what they were going to have my daughter doing 8 hours a day by herself in a room? Stuffing envelopes or licking stamps for a penny a piece. She was going to work piecemeal. So it was up to her if she made $1. So she'd have to stuff 100 envelopes to make $1. My child, who has gross and fine motor skill developmental issues, was supposed to stuff 100. She'd be lucky if she stuffed 100 envelopes in a day. And I mean, lucky. And she was going to make what, $1 a day. And this was supposed to be the program that was going to help her. And in what fucking way? And if she's getting paid out, where's the rest of the money going from the government? Because this is federally funded. Like, who's paying for all this rent up in here? Who's paying for that nice car you drive? Who's paying for those nice clothes you wear? Because these people that are sitting here drooling on each other, fucking stuffing envelopes at a snail's pace, making a quarter a day, $1.25 a week, they're not getting the money. You're not teaching them a skill. So what is this about? That's where that came from. Instead of having to put money out to take care of the disabled or the mentally ill or whatever, like anybody who needed that kind of supervisory living condition, the government was losing money on them. So take them out of there, put them back in the home, or create homes where they have to pay, to be there. And then you send the federal money to individuals, and you send it to the states, and you redirect it, and you start charging higher taxes because we have there's a higher need in the Department of Education, and blah, blah, blah. It all correlates. They didn't want to spend the money. They wanted to make the money, and they figured out how to do it. And now we're stuck with it because you can't really reverse something like that. At least not right away. You got to do it like gradual. There's got to be more programs created that actually work. So we allowed this to happen. When they closed it down, that's what they did. They tapped into a revenue source that they didn't have before. And it's a very lucrative revenue source. And now they use it as a political weapon. And that's another, feather in their cap. So they're quite happy about the whole mental health thing. That's why they keep pushing the big pharma stuff to make us crazier, to make everybody dependent, to make everybody a special need. So everybody gets that label and everybody gets funding. And the government's like, here, money, 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 money. But we don't see it. It's only the other agencies that see it. It's the other institutions and departments within the state that see it. It doesn't get to the individual. Proof is in the pudding. He's still a Kennedy, so I have an issue trusting him. Listen, as long as he fixes the meat and the vegetables, the water, and at least gives Big Pharma a headache for the next 4 years. If he can't stop them, at least slow them down. Make them more transparent. Make us more aware. I'm not so much about the punishing of people as I am educating the ones that need it. Because if you're educated, you're going to punish these companies regardless, because you're not going to use them. They're going to lose you. I like that. So I'm hoping that he does great things. I do. I am hoping for that. Julie Kelly exposed on Facebook interesting info yesterday as she showed her PC screen. It appears that another fake, fabricated aspect of the Harris campaign was the notion that she received a record amount of donations by a record number of donors. She had 83 billionaire donors, I think. Her FEC report showed thousands, maybe tens of thousands of contribution refunds. What the hell is that? The rest of the Kennedys shunned him. I trust him with the health aspect, but not the energy aspect. No, he needs to stay away from the oil. Just stay away from the environment energy connection. Just let Trump deal with the energy. Just stay out of the oil fields. That's all I'm saying to Kennedy. Just you have so many things. Tackle the vaccinations, tackle all that shit. Stay away from the oil because we really need cheap gas. People are like, oh, you enjoying your cheap gas? Yes. It would be great if we had cheap gas. That'd be great. Because a lot of things would go down. Nothing's going to go down. All right, whatever. Ironic that smartphones have made us dumb, right? That's the point. Why do you remember what teachers used to say? Maybe you're not old enough because calculators were probably just accepted when you went to school. But when I went to school, you weren't allowed to have a calculator. Oh my God. You know how many of us begged our parents for the watch with the calculator on it so that you could sneak it into school? Because the teacher would say, stop, you're not using calculators. If you use your calculator, you're not using your brain. And we were like, oh, that's bullshit. In the future, yes, in the future, you're going to have machines that calculate everything for you so you don't think anymore. So that when I say what's 7 and 8, you don't say 15. You go, that's and they don't start. Here's another thing. Do you know that half the kids that learn how to count on their fingers, if you say add 2 and 3, they don't start with 2 fingers or 3 fingers up. They start with no fingers up and count 1, 2, and then they go to the other hand and go 1, 2, 3. And then they put the 2 hands together and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And most of the time they'll say 6 and get it wrong because they've overcomplicated it. But they don't just jump in with the automatic given number to start and then add on to it. So I don't think that they're really teaching them adding. They're not saying, here, you have this and you're putting this on top to add to it. What do you have now? They're saying we're taking this quantity and this quantity and we're going to meld them together. It's a weird way of teaching. It just doesn't work because in your brain, that's not how math works. They don't take any shortcuts. So everything takes forever. And it's like, no, you don't have 20 minutes to stand online trying to figure out how much change to give the person. Not that anybody gives change or cash anymore. That's the other thing that dumbed us down. How many kids don't know what coins stand for? Is it obsolete? Not yet. They're still in circulation. They should know about them. I mean, I don't know how much a goddamn tuppence is, but I don't live there. I don't live in England. I live here. I know how much a nickel is. I know how much a penny is. I know how much a quarter is. I know you can't buy shit with them anymore. Dude, I just want to go back to the days when I could buy a fucking pack of Wrigley's gum for a quarter. Is that such a bad thing to ask? I don't think it's that much to ask for. Known that for decades, an ingredient that doesn't work. Death is a side effect. It's not worth it. Death is a side effect of life, technically. You want to go there, nerd. I mean, I can get existential too. The companies have so much time to reformulate the cocktail without that ingredient. Yep. Neti pot or a fancy you mean lavage? It's called a lavage, right? For the sinuses. Manuka honey and garlic helps also. I like honey for when you're sick because it does tend to coat the throat, so you don't cough as much. It's especially good if you have back drip, the post-nasal drip. Honey is excellent for that because you just don't feel it. You don't get that tickle, so you don't have that that little cough that triggers the bigger cough that sends you into like crying and throwing up and everything else. Yay, Shelly, you did it. What'd I do? Oh, I made it to the end of the tunnel. Yep. At 18, you think you know it all, and you just don't. You don't understand. I know. We're all stupid. We're all boomers. They love calling me a boomer. My son loves calling me a boomer. I love Optimum keeps sending me a reminder that I have to pay their bill. You know what? When I tried to pay your bill and you turned off my ability to pay it, I figured you didn't want my money and you can go fuck yourself. How about that? So send me to collections. I don't care. They try and charge me $500 when they cut off my access to the account so that I couldn't return any of the equipment in the time frame they gave me. And I couldn't pay the bill. I tried to pay that bill 5 freaking times. Kept saying, no, you can't pay with this debit card. No, you can't pay with that debit card. No, you can't pay with this checking account. No, you can't pay with this credit card. I was like, son of a bitch, what do you want me to walk in and pay you cash? Because I tried like returning the things in person and they wouldn't take them, the damn cable boxes. So like you thwarted me at every turn. So when I do call them, I'm going to be extremely nasty. So that'll be a fight. I just don't have it in me right now. Connor has a good mom. He knows what to do. Mistakes will happen, but he has a good base. Yeah, and that's what I really hope for. I really hope for that. I can't believe I'm over an hour behind. God damn it. Okay, gonna listen and do some chores. All right, the sleeper must awaken. This is what happens when the propaganda is brainwashing the weak and easily manipulated young people. You can see when the breakthrough. Yep. Did any of you hear about the corrupt judge in Trump's New York case has postponed his ruling to throw the case out? Supposedly, Judge Merchan wants to put off Trump's case until he's out of office, until 2029. I was like, really? Just want to hold it over his head like this is waiting for you, buddy. He don't care. He literally just slayed in this fucking election. And you think he gives a shit what some crappy little New York judge thinks he's going to do? Fuck out of here. Jill Biden should be jailed for elder abuse. I agree. They're all elder abuses. What they did to Jimmy Carter was ridiculous. The man looked like a mummified corpse outside. I hate seeing old people like that when their muscles are so deteriorated that they can't even keep their mouth closed and it just hangs open and somebody just lets it. I mean, position him so he has some dignity. God, the man was president. fucking live to 100 years old. Sit him up and like prop him up or something. I mean, if they could do it with the damn thing for Bernie's, like, why can't you do it with this guy? I felt terrible looking at him. It looked like I was looking at a corpse. Firestone Feinstein. Yeah, that one. That was the old chick. Oh, good God. I felt bad that they kept what the hell was her name? The Supreme Court judge, that old one. Oh, what was her name? You know, the radical one. But she was there till literally she died. Like she literally died like the day after. Like she went to work, went home and died, or went to the hospital and died. It's ridiculous. Fucking woman was ancient. That's why there's gotta be term limits on certain things. I mean, and there's gotta be age limits. I don't think anybody should. First of all, if you're working at 90, it should be completely voluntary. Like, it should be your choice. It should not be because you can't afford to not work. Like, if you want to work, okay, fine. But should you be in a huge position of power when you know you're not really up to snuff anymore? No, go somewhere and relax. Paint. Learn how to play the piano. I don't care. Watch friggin' Wheel of Fortune all day long. I don't do something that makes you really, really happy. Some people, their jobs make them happy, but still, like, go enjoy what's left of your life. Like, you worked like a horse your whole life. Go enjoy. Enjoy. Go be free. Go do things when other people aren't around. There you go. Like, everybody's out at work. Good. Go to the store now. Go enjoy the emptiness of it all. Like, that's my goal. To travel and to be where people aren't. Like, that's what I want. Did y'all see Mrs. Trump denied the traditional tea? Yes, she did. I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to sit with those fucking people. And it said because of the raid on Mar-a-Lago, why she won't participate in the tea. Good. They invaded this woman's home and went through her underwear drawer. What files were they going to find in Melania's underwear drawer? Could you tell me? Biden did say in an interview shortly before he was inaugurated that he and Harris vehemently disagree. He'd end up with the health condition and drop out of the re-election race. Wait 3 years, Shelley. Then you can make that kind of a cake. Oh, yeah, I know. For his 21st birthday, it's going to be the only boozy cake. I'm going to make a boozy tiered cake. What, are you kidding me? That shit'll look like a wedding cake with like rum, vodka, whiskey. Like, that'll be the 3 tiers of the cake. My son has no interest, though, in anything. Like, he has no interest in any kind of like vice other than, and I know Wynn's gonna hate it, but like his soda. Like, he's like the junk food. The food that's his vice. Is the crap like Cheetos and stuff like that. McDonald's, those are his vices. Otherwise, has no interest. He doesn't like being altered in any way. He doesn't even like taking cold pills. He pushes back when I make him take antibiotics. He's like, I don't see how that whatever's in there is really going to help. Like, it'll be fine. It'll just run its course. I'm like, pineapple upside down cake runs through the woods at full speed for Shelley. Oh, you like pineapple upside down cake? I make an amazing one. Oh, it's so nice and like well done. Like, it's gooey and everything on top, and like the pineapple juice like caramelizes and drips down the side. That's so good. It's light and fluffy, and I made this one. I didn't make it with oil. I made it with butter. Regular butter, not special butter. But I made this one with butter and coconut oil. And it came out like, I added just a little bit of sour cream to it to give it that fluffy, like moist kind of cakey feel, the spongy feel. It came out really good. But definitely, if anybody ever makes one, replace the water with the pineapple juice. Oh my God, what a world of difference. And this entire house smelled like pineapple upside down cake for like 2 days. Like, literally, I can still smell it. But oh, it smelled so good. My mother's like, I think the cake is done. I was like, one of them is. It's like the other one was a little thicker. I put a little bit more batter on that one. But y'all, they came out so good. And Connor, of course, took like the maraschino cherry juice and poured it on his slice. All right, so he took a big piece and he took a banana and he cut up a banana into slices and he put the banana on top. And then he put a little bit of the cherry juice. And then he put vanilla ice cream in a layer on top. And then he put a little bit more cherry juice. And then he put the strawberry cheesecake ice cream that we had. And he put that as a layer. They're all like, he made this like whole fucking tower. And then he put I'm sorry, we had strawberry and then we had cherry cheesecake. It was cherry cheesecake. And it was really good. It was Blue Bunny. And he put that and then he poured the rest of the juice on top and put a cherry on top with some whipped cream. And he was like, now this is a birthday cake. I was like, Jesus. And he goes, I'm going to eat it all too. I was like, I know you will. I was like, it's just, oh my God. Like it wasn't a lot of ice cream or whatever, but he kept stacking it. And I was like, that's going to melt and fall. And that's all I'm thinking is, oh, the carpet. God damn it, the carpet. But no, he didn't spill not one drop. He didn't miss a crumb. Nothing. He was like, you didn't buy sprinkles? I was like, I don't eat sprinkles anymore. He's like, why? Because you found out they're made of bugs? I was like, yes. I didn't know sprinkles were made of bugs. That's what that waxy stuff is. It's actually like ground up bug or like bug extracted. Blech. So yeah, no, I don't eat sprinkles anymore on my ice cream or my cake or cookies or anything, which is terrible because even if it's organic and says that it's not made the same way, I can't get out of my head. Now it's just stuck there. Not a fan of cooked pineapple myself. Glad Connor liked his cake. Well, Connor loves pineapple upside down cake. He also loves it when I make baked ham with the pineapple and maraschino cherries on it. Because that's how you make a good Virginia ham. Facts. If I thought like those people, you wouldn't be here. Yeah, exactly. And that hit him because he didn't realize that. I mean, I've never told either one of them, about the stuff that their father said when I was pregnant. Because I was on my own. Like, Miguel was happy I was pregnant because he thought that would keep me, but he was also like, well, you could just take it out. I was like, who are you talking to? I was like, who could take it? He was like, your mother's going to kill me. I was like, well, better her kill you than me kill the baby. Like, you're useless. If she kills you, I will. Like, no big loss. But I don't know. This baby has potential. Why would I do that? So, but yeah, no, that was one thing. I didn't anticipate, I guess, when I got pregnant with Connor, was being told, that I should do that. And I was like, you can go fuck yourself. And he was like, what? I was like, yeah, I would never do that. I was like, there's no way. I was like, you don't have to be part of it. You can go fuck yourself. You could drop dead for all I care right now after what you said, but this baby's mine. And I've always been like that. Like, I've never said, oh, well, his son, I occasionally I'll say, like, oh, your son, if I'm talking to him. But, and I don't say kind of, oh, your father, because that is his father, regardless of involvement. But I always felt like Connor was mine. He was never anybody else's. Nobody had a claim to him because I fought for that kid. I went through hell to have that kid. I lost family. I lost friends. I got called every kind of name. He slandered me all over just saying, oh yeah, I got some white girl pregnant in Jersey. Like, bitch, we've known each other for 20 fucking years and you're just gonna call me some white girl from Jersey. Are you kidding me? Like, you don't want to tell them that it's me. And they're like, he just didn't want anybody to know because then he'd be accountable. It was easier to just deny that it was me, deny that it happened, tell me, take it out, and just go on with his life. And I'm like, it must be nice to just, just put your dick wherever you want it, and whatever happens, you don't got to deal with the consequences. You just walk away. I can't do that. This is my baby. And nobody was going to take that baby from me. That's why I don't understand the birth control abortion mentality, because I've always had such a connection the moment I knew I was pregnant. I grieved the kids that I lost. I mean, I went through hell. I still am not over the kids that I lost. So voluntarily going and just, and I'm not talking about like a one-time thing. These are people who do it again and again and again and again and again. Like it's nothing. Like you don't think that chips away at your soul? You might not feel it, but God sees it. God sees what you've done. And they don't feel bad. That's the worst part for me. They never turn around and go, you know what? I regret that I did that. So you show me no growth as a person, at least not in the correct direction. Like, oh, it just aggravates me. They say that if a woman sees an ultrasound before deciding to end a pregnancy, they're more likely to keep the baby. It's not just the ultrasound, because you can't, half the time, like, you can't tell what you're looking at until you're like 4 months or better. But when you hear that heartbeat, because a fetal heartbeat sounds unlike anything else in the world. It does not sound like your heartbeat, because their heart beats at almost double the rate of ours. And you hear the and when I tell you that you become so focused on that sound, everything else fades away. And you're just filled with this, oh my God, there's a little person in there. Oh my God, that's my little person. I made a person. We made people. We're making people now. Like, this is my baby. You get so attached that if something does go wrong, it is heartbreaking. It is life-changing. You will never be the same person again. That's why voluntarily giving that up, I don't understand it. I can't relate to it in any way, shape, or form. I say to those party girls who's going to visit you in the nursing home when you're old, well, most of these party girls, they ain't making it to a nursing home. I hate to tell you. They're ODing, or they're getting some pelvic inflammatory disease, or they're getting knifed in an alley by some guy that they decided to hook up with because he looks hot, but they don't even know. Like, they're not making it to nursing homes. And I don't feel bad about it either. That's my opinion. I'm sticking to it. When I got pregnant at 17, I looked into it. You had to hear the heartbeat first before you did it. Legs are not revolving doors. You'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. They're like homeless shelters. There's always a vacancy. Just gotta wait. Just gotta wait a couple minutes, and somebody will finish, and you could step right up. Wait, what is a daisy chain? Nope. Don't want to. Ellie. What is a daisy chain? I'm going to leave that up to you to find out, but I will give you a hint. How do I put this? When you got a lot of female friends and you're all enjoying one another, it's kind of like a circle of friendship. How about that? All of you together. La la la. Nerd said, don't look it up. I learned years ago not to look up crap. Yeah, the blue waffle thing taught me that. After that, everybody's like, oh, look, nope. Click on this link, nope. Like, nope. If I can't scroll over and see a preview of a video, I will not watch it. Nope, you're not getting me again. No. I got surprised with that black dude with the giant schlong that sits on the edge of the bed. That was in way too many links over the last few years for my liking. So I don't like clicking on things anymore. I really don't. Like, I'd be in the middle of like doing something at my desk and I'd click. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I don't want to see that in school. God forbid one of the kids spots it. It was like, yeah. So I just learned not to, just don't open anything anymore. Which ironically, if these bitches who love to have abortions adopted that mantra, just don't open anything up anymore, then they wouldn't have to get abortions. That, or I mean, not for nothing, but did none of these bitches know how to swallow? I mean, Jesus. God. I never did that, but unfortunately know what it is. Don't look it up, Ellie. Yeah, I really don't want to know. Well, I told you. A daisy, Yamaha said a daisy chain is connecting, for example, multiple explosives together. Now, running a train is very different. I have never had a train run on me. Thank you. I am not a hoe, but I do have a lot of friends that have had that done to them. And they're like, oh my God, my most hellish moment. And I'm like, it always involves a train. Always involves running a train on somebody. The funniest one was my ex-boyfriend, Billy, had a girlfriend named Christina before me. And now, mind you, Billy had tried dating me for 7 years, and I constantly told him no because he was a dweeb. So it's like, why would I go after you? I could beat your ass. Like, no. So that was a non-thing. But he had a girlfriend named Christina, and he was always trying to date me, and he was always, yeah. And I was like, you have a girlfriend. Yeah. Don't you love your girlfriend? Well, yeah, I love my girl. Okay, then go be with her. And then one day he shows up and he's all mad. I was like, what? And he was like, me and Christina broke up. And I was like, why? He was like, because she was fucking some guys that I don't know. He was very adamant about guys I don't know. And I was like, would it help if you knew them? Like, it didn't. He was like, well, I didn't know. She didn't do it now. I was like, okay, so you're punishing her for something she did when she was a teenager. Mind you, we were only like 22, 23. So it's that we're talking about like, oh my God, deep in the past. It was like 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And he's like, I can't believe it. And I'm disgusted. I said, what did she do? And he told me, but he wouldn't tell me who. And he kept, oh my God. And I'm glad I don't know who the guys are because I'd feel worse. And I was like, all right. I just thought it was so weird that he kept harping on that. And then like I'm talking to I'm talking to my boyfriend at the time, Miguel, Katie's father. And I was like, I just ran into that redhead, the Billy. I was like, he broke up with his girlfriend. And he was like, well, I said the stupidest thing. I said he broke up with her for something she did like 4 years before he even like met her. Like she was a teenager and she did something. He said, wait, who's his girlfriend? I said, Christina, Papa Joe's granddaughter. And he was like, oh, that one. I was like, wait, why'd you say it like that? He was like, tell me first why he broke up with her. I said, because apparently like 3 or 4 dudes like ran a train on her at one point. And he was like, oh, damn. And I was like, wait, he goes, that's 2 girls I took from him. I was like, wait, what? Apparently Miguel and the ex of mine, Carlos, which used to be one of his best friends, the one that did things to me. This guy, Frankie, and another dude that I can't remember I can't remember his name, so I don't want to say it, but I want to say Beto, but it might have been a different one. But anyway, so these 4 guys ran a train on her. And nobody talked to her afterwards because, I mean, you did it. It's disgusting. You leave. But then she broke down and told Billy that it had happened. And apparently she told him who did it. And that's why when he told me very specifically so that I would find out who did it. And I guess he thought it was going to break me and Miguel up or whatever. And instead, when I realized that I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And he was like, "No." He was like, "Man, we were in a trainer." He was like, tell you the truth, he was like, "I barely felt anything." And I mean, Miguel's a big boy. And I was like, "Wait, you barely, like, which end were you at?" And he was like, "The normal end." I was like, "Wow, all right, let's talk about a hot dog down the hallway." But yeah, so my exes ran a train on his girlfriend when she was a teenager, and he broke up with her for it and ran to me to tell me without telling me the whole story so that I would find out, I guess, organically, so he didn't look desperate to break me and my boyfriend up. So it was just a whole big thing. But I don't know why he thought I was gonna be mad. I laughed my ass off because I was like, first of all, I knew she was a hoe. And second of all of you are so gay. Like, you're so gay. Like, you were all gay together. And he was like, "What?" I was like, "That's what that tells me." I said, "You got 4 dudes and a girl. That's a gay scenario to me." I was like, "Now, if you had 4 girls and a dude, that's a lucky dude. But 4 guys and 1 girl, to me, that's gay." I was like, "At some point, y'all are seeing things you shouldn't see and like hearing things that no, like that's information you don't need about another dude." He was very upset with me because it didn't work out for either one of them. It didn't piss me off. I laughed at him and I thought he was gross for doing it, but I still thought it was funny. And I was like, "You're so gay." "No, I'm not." "Yeah, you are. Don't make me sing, I swear." They used to make him cry, just FYI. And a big shout out to the one that listens to me on Spotify. Hi, Miguel. I hope you enjoyed that story. Anyway, because I happen to know he's one of them. I don't want to know. Well, now you know. I prefer the actual flower crowns, not the smexy ideation. Wolfram! Oh, yes. All right. He said, yes, let's see the new clip. Oh, of course, I'm an hour late. You know what? Whatever. I'm a girl. If I'm not late, then I don't know what to tell you. Ready? Here we go. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Yes, let's see the new clip. We're going to see it one more time without the super chat on the thing because I don't want you to miss the butt. It's a really good one. There you go. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed that clip. I harassed him for this one because I was like, I am tired of having to edit all my damn videos and then I lose the chat and I got nothing. And he was like, all right, fine. It took him like 5 minutes. It was like, come on, can you do this for me? Like, come on. He was in creative mode. So I think he did a wonderful job. So thank you, Winning Reality, for the new clip. I'm done playing Coyote. Regrowing your arm after doing it off to sneak out is painful. Let me tell you something. With Connor's father, you know how many times I would be like, "Oh my god, like please don't fall asleep. Please don't look, it's still early. Don't you want to sleep in your own bed? Come on, like take sleep." And Connor's father is not ugly. He's actually a really like good looking fucking dude. He's got like the fighter body. I mean, he's physically as a specimen, he is superb. But he's got no brains. I can't talk to him. He's stubborn. I cannot hold a conversation. He's inconsiderate. And I just don't have time for that kind of bullshit. Like, I don't care what you look like. Is he fine? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Would he probably, have something going with me? Yeah, he wanted it. I didn't want it because I never felt like that for him. I love him. He's my friend and everything, and we made great fuck buddies once in a while. But as far as a life partner, no, he wouldn't last a week in my house. I'm pretty sure 2 days, and I would already like have poisoned him to death because no, there's only so much stupidity I can handle, and he's overburdened with his. But yeah, no, I get that feeling so bad. Like you wake up and you look at me like, oh God, please, why are you still here? I never had a problem with the walk of shame. I really didn't. Like if I slept somewhere and I didn't want to be there, I just got up and left. Like, oh, you did the walk of shame? I said, no, I did the walk to my car. Like that's what I did. I don't give a fuck. I used to sleep over at people's houses all the time. It wasn't always sex. But I mean, I didn't like staying there all fucking morning because it's awkward. You got to be quiet. You don't want to wake anybody up. Like I want to go and have a cigarette, have a cup of coffee, go do whatever. So I just leave. You left so early. Yes, sure did. A person could be the most beautiful, sexy person, a 10 out of 10. The moment they spew out anger, hate, arrogance, they become a 1 to me. Yeah, well, a lot of people don't care what people are like on the inside. They only care what they say. Nerd said, I'm bold, not by choice. I shaved my head because it feels nice and it's hot down here. Sure. That's the only reason you shave your Oh, sorry, nerd, although I'm not. I've tried to explain it to my oldest daughter. She's pretty, but doesn't realize how her being disrespectful makes her ugly. Oh, yeah. And they have no idea, like, what a huge red flag that is. Like, people will, like, give them a wide berth just not to encounter them because they don't want that shit thrown their way. I did that on purpose because I don't like people. So it's like, yes, I'll smile at you and make you feel better, but don't come talk to me. Come on. Like, oh, what? Oh, really? Your boyfriend did that? That was great. I had teachers who used to take their, like, they used to call it their prep. They'd get a whole period off during the day. And they'd just show up in my room just to tell me their problems. And I'm standing there like, I'm teaching. Like, none of these kids need to know that your boyfriend hits his leg and goes, come here, and calls you over for sex like you're a dog. And you go. That's the part they really don't need to hear. Like, and I'm mad I know it because I want to punch you in the face for this one teacher. She had a boyfriend who used to pat the side of his leg like you're calling a dog over. You know, when you go, come here. And he would pat his leg for her to go over so they could have sex. And I was like, and she said, last night he da-da-da. I said, and what did you do? She said, I went over. I said, and brutally stabbed him? I mean, what did you do? And she was like, no, I went over and we had sex. He called you over like an animal, and you still had sex with him. And you didn't say anything that it offended you because it obviously offends you because you brought it up. And she was like, well, it was really rude of him to do. But why didn't you tell him that? Well, because he wanted to have sex. So the fuck what? Like, not for nothing. I'm sorry. Does he work? No. Does he contribute? No. The house is in whose name? Mine. The kids in the house. Whose house is it again? Mine. Whose kids are in the house? Mine. Who else's kids are in the house? His. Who sends his kids to private school? I do. Who provides food for his kids? I do. Who provides clothes? Everything. A house for his kids. Me. So if you're doing everything, you're paying for everything, and he's laying on the bed in his roid rage glory because he was a weightlifter. I'm sorry, he was a bodybuilding champion, except he never won anything. He competed, but he didn't win because he sucked and he was ugly. But he's just laying there in all his like roid glory and taps his leg, and you run over like the dutiful little schmuck, and you had sex with him after he insulted you, and you literally give him the life that he has and his kids. Yeah. And you didn't say anything about it. No. But you're going to come here and bitch at me now because it bothered you. What does it do? You bitching at me. Can I? Because if I ever meet him, we're not going to get along. I can tell you that right now. Like, all these women, they were like, they would tell me all their problems about their husbands, their boyfriends, whatever. And then we'd go to like a party or whatever, and their husbands and boyfriends would be there, and they'd hide from me because they would I told Shelly all about, and they would hide because they were afraid that I was going to do something. I was like, why would I do something? I'm not your girl. Like, if I was your girl, you got problems, because that kind of shit, like, we're going to fight. Like, it's gonna be a thing. But that's your girlfriend. She's placid and permissive and stupid. So don't run from me. I would have told them off, though. I mean, to be fair, they were right. But I mean, I kind of wanted I just wanted one of them to have balls enough to walk up to me and go, yeah, so you know I'm a douche, whatever. Like, just own it. If you're going to be an asshole, own that shit. Be an asshole all the time. Tell people, yeah, I'm an asshole. That's who I am. Okay. Yeah, let the buyer beware. Be honest about it. I tell everybody I'm a bitch. And I'm a crazy bitch. Granted, I now figured out I'm not as much of a crazy bitch as I thought I was, because there's real crazy out there and I ain't it. We used to have a saying in tabletop D&D. Oh, gee. He or she has the charisma of an 18 until they open their mouth, then it drops to a 3. 3 is the minimum score. Yeah, I figured that out. Wolfram, I expect this type of thing from Nerd. Okay? Not from you. Actually, I could. Nick would have said something like that. He would have been like, so in D&D, like, whatever. And no, I'm not getting into the whole shitstorm going on with him. Like, I can't. I went into his local stream the other day and he was talking and I was like, yeah, you fucking ignore DMs, because he hasn't read my DMs in like 2.5 months at this point. And he was like, I'm not ignoring your DMs, Triple T. First of all, nobody calls me Triple T. That's number one. Ricada. And number two, don't ignore them, or at some point, we're going to cross paths. I don't care if I'm 90. I'm going to knock you on your ass. I swear to God, Nick. Swear to God. Keep playing with me. People don't get how I can still stomach him. And I'm like, but I was his friend. I'm still his friend. He did a lot of things wrong, allegedly. I can't prove any of them. I'm not going to prove or disprove them. I'm not going to accept or not accept them. I'm not even going to address them. I just want him to be better. Again, I can't undo. He can't undo what was done, no matter what it was. It's moving forward that he needs to be better. And he's not going to get that constantly being abandoned or having the only people left in his sphere to talk to are the toxic people, or the people who want to set him up for a fall, or people who are grifting off him or want something from him. Like, I can't do anything for him, but I can't just abandon somebody I care about. I can't stop caring. Can I stop enabling and supporting? Well, enabling, yes. Supporting, no. Because I don't want anybody to do anything stupid, no matter what mistakes they make, no matter what actions they take. You know, he's got a lot he needs to make up for in his own life. That's his debt to pay. You know, it's read in his ledger. That's up to him to take care of that. But if I'm going to be true to the person that I believe I am, I'm not going to say, oh, well, he did this, so I'm just going to write him off as a human being. I cared about this person as my friend. You know, whether he was a friend to me or not, like in a genuine capacity, that's neither here nor there. I gave part of my heart as his friend. And I'm not one to take something like that back for no reason. He didn't do anything to me. So I can't take that kind of like high ground, like, oh, I'm hurt. I'm disappointed in how the whole thing went down. But I can't just give up on people. I've never just given up on people. And I feel like at some point he's going to wake up and be inspired. And I hope it's a divine cleansing inspiration. I do. Because it breaks my heart to watch everything go down. Part of me is disgusted. Part of me is amused. Because let's face it, if I didn't know him and if I didn't care about him, this would all be like one giant joke. Just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, who does this? But I have that. I love people like, oh, you're going to simp or whatever. I don't simp for Nick. I'll be the first one to tell Nick, you're fucking retarded. You know that? Like, you're so fucking retarded. But that doesn't mean that I care less. It doesn't mean I love him less. He inspired me to take care of myself, to face my traumas, to put my voice out there, to tell other people what I'd been through. Since nobody in my 3D world gave a shit, I had to find a way to get everything out in a way that mattered, in a way that I was accountable, they were accountable. And he helped me do that. He helped me heal. And that's more valuable to me than anything, really, at this point that he's done. There are lines that can't be crossed. But nobody's proven that he's done most of the stuff that they're all claiming that he did. I don't like watching the meltdown. I don't like watching the spiraling. It hurts me. It hurts me a lot. And I get mad because I can't deal with the sadness. So it flips to anger. I miss my friend. I do. I miss my friend. How far behind is she? Oh, fuck you, nerd. Those test breaks can be faked or manipulated through case in point. My ex, when we took it during premarital counseling. Oh yeah, you could definitely throw those. I mean, you could throw any psychological test if you know how they want you to answer. If you know what answer is going to send you in a certain direction. I mean, yeah, you absolutely can pass those tests. Absolutely. My lunch is about over, so I got to bounce. Bye, nerd. Sybil, a friend, called me that when I was like 19. I'd never seen the Sybil movie till he made me watch it. That movie is so upsetting. The whole hold your water, oh my God. You are mean. You make me cry all the time. Wait, that would take feeling and heart. No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm hot. You're so funny. I am very mean. Yep, on the observation and processing thing during conversations. Right, Heidi? I had a feeling that you're like that. That's the people-pleasing, self-preservation coping mechanism for sure. That is being on high alert 24/7. That's what that is. You don't get to relax around people. So when you find people you relax around, you hold on to them really tight because you're like, oh my God, you're like, it's like finding a unicorn. And then they start to criticize you and whatever, and then you can't relax anymore. And they're not your people. I hear you. The thing my twin says. It'll make your hair stand on end, but then he has no head. So he has no head. He lost his head over everything. You're so funny. Just when you thought your day was bad enough, I walk into the room. I love it when you're here. Shut up. Do I need to quote Pooh Bear to your alter ego twin again? There you go. Go get him. Go get him. Slave labor of the disabled. Absolutely. Absolutely. A penny per envelope. I shit you not. That's why they call it piecework. Piece, not Peace. Piecework, because you get paid per piece. This employment program that it's ridiculous. 2 + 2 is 5, and knowing is half the battle. Common Core math is depth to math skills. It absolutely is. They do not want these kids thinking. They just don't. They want them stupid, and that's it. There's ABX for nasal drip. Disregard. Yeah. Lavage is a procedure that involves flushing out the body cavity with fluid, while navage, is nasal irrigation. Oh, so that's the neti pot with the thingy, with that tube thingy. You know how we used to do the babies thing with the little sucker? You depress the bulb and you put the thing in the baby's nose, and then you open the bulb and it sucks the snot right out. Yeah, those were great to clean, weren't they? I hated those fucking things. And I swear it made Katie's nose bigger. Lavage is usually for a stomach or a GI tract. All right. Gotcha. Thank you. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Thank you. I knew you'd know who it was, but I had to catch up. I think besides term limits, the age limit should be mandatory retirement when you're old enough to apply for Social Security. Well, like my mother worked till she was 80, and she was extrememely efficient. She worked from home. She was more efficient than the fucking young girls they had in the office. But the thing was, I was like, but Ma, you're still working. But why? She was like, what am I going to do if I don't work? Because she had no hobbies. She had no place. She didn't have the money to go vacationing here. And she didn't have the energy anyway. I was like, see, that's why lucky we took the vacations we took when we took them. Because then she got old enough that she didn't have the energy to take those vacations. She took a friggin' drive to Georgia. It almost killed her. She was like, oh my God, the heat and the bugs, and I couldn't take the uneven ground. Oh, God forbid a hill take you out. Like, ugh. That is a good point. Oh my God, I love when everybody is working in schools, especially in the stores. Right? I used to love that. I would love taking Connor out in his little carriage. Everybody's at school. As soon as I knew the kids were in school, I knew all the parents were at work. The parks were empty. The walking trails had nobody on them. It was great. We had like the whole town to ourselves. It was wonderful. I want to read Melania's book. But yeah, he keeps saying it's bestseller. Maybe we should. Good point, and same here. I'm not sure about the files, but her briefs, wow. I'm sure you'd love to go through her briefs. There's nothing wrong with that, Shelley. Good on your son. I don't know what we were talking about, but I'm glad that you approved. Thank you. I always like good things said about my son. Shame on you. Get out of my mind. Oh, there you go. Well, I just wanted to point out that Victoria had no more secrets. Yeah, that's especially once that chick wrote the song about Victoria's Secret is owned by a dude up in wherever. Do you remember that song? She wrote it during the pandemic. Girl, they have natural sprinklers made from juices. There's so many jokes there, Ellie. I can't. Natural sprinkles made from juices. Let's all just take a moment for the phrasing. Okay. You taking it in? All right. I've had I can't even say it. I'm not going to go there. Anyway, PSA, it is 2024. There's a bajillion types of birth control. You can even get them for cheap, free through your county health departments. There's no excuse to use pregnancy termination as birth control. Thank you, Ellie. That's absolutely true. Absolutely. I'm even going to, there you go. There's your PSA. There's a bajillion, which is true. There's also abstinence, and there's also bitch learn to swallow. How about that? Or even spit at that point, because what the fuck? Either way, if it ain't down there, you ain't getting pregnant. Hell, be like what is that video? God's loophole. Just take it in the ass. I mean, Jesus. That's not my preference. I don't do those things, but there are. Then again, I can't get pregnant anymore, so I don't have to. But I mean, if that's a thing and you absolutely have to, well, then go there. Because if you do that and you still get pregnant, well, then there was a star in the sky with your name on it, and you missed a phone call from an angel. Because I love when people are like, oh, you can get pregnant that way. No, you can't. It's literally your ass. Like, they are not connected right next to it. What do you think? Osmosis? It's going to like swim through. It's going to, oh yeah, he just teleported right through my, my colon into my uterus and I'm pregnant. Shut up. Wait, I can't. I can't. Wolfram, don't forget abstinence, which is what they're threatening to do for the next 4 years. I mean, go ahead. Like, the ones who want to kill their babies are going to abstain, which takes care of that problem. And the ones who want to have babies are, happy that Trump won. Their husbands are happy that Trump won. They're going to get laid more. They're going to get pregnant more. And they're going to have more babies. So they got what they wanted. Everything's great. We're on our way. Elephant, I miscarried a baby in the second trimester. I can't imagine ever purposely getting rid of a baby. Yeah, I know. But they don't think of it that way. I think these are people who don't really form attachments to grown people, let alone people they've never seen, like babies. Like, I feel like they're missing something. They're missing some type of attachment or connection ability. And they just can't fathom what a human life is worth or your connection to it. I know a lot of people who go through life like just people are interchangeable. It's what it is in the moment. There's only, now, so the future doesn't really matter. And, like, if this person leaves, another one will come. They don't get attached because they're so used to people being transient and temporary in their lives. And they don't want that hurt. They got hurt once and they don't want to do it again. And that, ironically enough, by them not having an attachment or showing that they love or whatever, like allowing themselves to feel that kind of like, hey, like, I'm happy that you're in my orbit, by not feeling that, that's how they lose the person. So it's not because of the other person, it's because of them. They chose not to have the attachment so that they wouldn't hurt if the person left. But the person left because they wouldn't form the attachment. Because it's not that they were unable, they were unwilling. And sometimes maybe I think they are unable. Sometimes people are fundamentally broken to a point where they can't feel anything for anybody anymore. Like, they have just sunk so low where nothing scratches the surface of a positive reaction or a positive attachment. They're just in it for themselves. And that's part of the problem of the whole breakdown of family. These women who are out here touting this and doing this are so focused on themselves. They're inwardly focused because they don't have babies, because they don't have attachments, because they don't have something to build upon that's worthwhile. Like, they're always fighting. They're not building. When you fight, you're just destroying things. You're going through things. Even if you're fighting for something, you're still in a combative mode where you have to destroy what's in front of you to get to your goal. That's not creative. That's not nurturing. It's destructive. Sometimes it's necessary, yes, but that's what these women are all doing. That's what that whole side is doing. They're so combative, they can't allow for good feelings to come in. They can't allow for positive, healthy attachments because that would destroy what they've done before. it would make them realize, oh, wait, maybe I'm screaming about this and I'm wrong. I can't be wrong. That means I've wasted how much time? So rather than make the most of what time they have left, they instead continue the lies so that they can convince themselves they haven't wasted all the time that came before. It's sad how they play head games with themselves. With themselves. But yeah, I really do think that there's something really broken in these people, and they won't allow themselves to heal. The help is out there. There are people out there willing to talk to them, willing to hear their side and everything else. Like, you don't have to go to a priest for a confession. You can go to a friend, go to family. Hell, you can go to the internet and just blurt it out like I do. Every day is a confession for me. But that's what keeps me honest. You know, and it keeps me lighter in spirit, and it keeps me coming back. And it keeps me attached to people that when I'm by myself, my head is telling me, run, 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 run. No, but I come and I talk it out, and I try to get different opinions and perspectives, and I try to like unleash some of what I hold in so that I don't walk away. Baby's heartbeat is the best sound I've ever heard. 3 times during the hardest times of my life. Absolutely. And Ellie found exactly 100% with the birth control. I completely agree. Completely agree. No, don't do it. Don't do what? Wait, what's a blue waffle? I'm not telling you that one. Never look up blue waffle or pink sock. You'll be just trust me. If you've ever taken anything I said with any kind of gravity at all, this should be like, never look up pink sock or blue waffle. Okay? Never. I don't care who you are. Don't do it. I did it for both. I didn't learn my lesson. Well, the first time, technically, I didn't look up pink sock. That was Vic. Vic looked up and said, oh my God, look at this, and turned the phone to me, and I went, ugh. But the blue waffle one, I looked up, and I still regret it to this day. And it's been like 8 years. I was gaming when the 2 girls, 1 cup of one made the round. Inya, when did you show up? I didn't see you. Did you sneak in? And you out, you all around. Yeah, how you doing, honey? I never saw that. Thank God for that. Yes. Ellie said, look, I'm a good girl. I've been called a prude. I don't care. I won't be shamed into degeneracy or supporting degeneracy. No shame. You don't need to be degenerate. You don't need to support degeneracy. I applaud you just being yourself. You can be whoever you want. Just, like I said, be kind. If you're late, it's not my fault. I may not be smart, but I'll keep you warm and fed. Pointy end, go into animal, rub stick, make fire. Fire good. Fire good. Puffer said, I've never done the walk of shame. I'm a prude. Pray for me. Well, I mean, most of the time, I never had to do it either because I never had to go out for it. Like, it'd just show up at my doorstep. So that's the beauty of recycling your exes. They know where you live, and they also know you want them to leave. There's no shame in my game. Like, I was very honest. They were like, oh, am I staying the night? No. Why? Because I don't want you to. Why? Because then you're going to get comfortable and think that we're a thing, and you're going to get attached. And we already have this great friendship where we just fuck every couple of times, and then you leave. We're at that point. Here's your cookie. Leave. Like, get the fuck out. I made you dinner. We had a good time. We watched a movie. We relaxed. I want to sleep by myself. Why? Because I don't trust your ass. That's why. I don't trust you. I trust you when I'm awake, kind of. But when I'm asleep, oh, hell no. That's a whole different level of trust. There's nothing wrong with never taking that walk. No, there isn't. There isn't. And like I said, I never did a walk of shame because I was never ashamed. I just used to leave. They'd be like, oh, what were you doing? Him. I was doing him. I've only been with him for 2 years. Who else am I doing? Like, you're him. That's what I was doing. And now it's time for me to go home because I gotta go to work. Never done the walk of shame, but I've watched some guys do it. I've watched some guys do the walk of terror and the run of panic. Lord, you can always tell when a dude wakes up next to a chick that he does not find attractive in the morning because first of all, they're like ashen white on their face. He's got one sock and one shoe on. He's got his pants are undone. His belt is hanging. His shirt is undone. He's trying to find his damn keys and he's begging, dear God, please don't let her be pregnant because he wants to be gone. Like, just gone. And then they lock eyes with you, and that's hella awkward because I always look at them and go, and they're like, they give me this look like, really? Like, thanks a lot. Like, thanks for the support, bitch. And I'm just like, oh, I know who you did. And it was ugly. Like, I love knowing what people do. And then when they look at me and they're like, oh shit, she knows. You damn right I know. Whistling isn't okay, but it's okay for doggy style, hypocrite. Listen, doggy style is you just hit things the right way that way. But to call your girl who is literally supplying your lifestyle for you and that of your children, to call her, come here, like, really? And then, I mean, I'm not going to say no, but he didn't like regular sex. He liked doing it a different way. And she told me that, and I was like, wait. So he disrespects you, uses all your money, fucked up your house. Your kids hate him. He doesn't do anything. He's a roid rage alcohol, roid rageaholic. And he only likes to do it in your butt. Okay. Yeah, you picked the real winner. Remind me to never let you pick anything for me. You can't even pick out the fruit at the market. Like, no. Like, I don't even hand me a pen. Whatever you pick is gonna be wrong. She was so insulted. And I was like, you should be insulted by him, not by me, bitch. I'm calling it like I see it. I can't help it you don't like brutal truth. I brought the truth and I brought the extra brutal because you need it. Like, stop it. And then you have the nerve to come in here and complain to me. I'm sorry, you go home to it every day. You know what's waiting for you. Like, you're not allowed to complain if you keep voluntarily going back to it. And it rules your life. And you're paying for it. Like, you're funding the whole thing. Shut up. So stupid. Inya, that walk is very noticeable. Trying to make it not noticeable. Women do it better, in my opinion. That is true. Hey, Castro, what's up? I'm only a half hour behind. Woo! Sometimes I don't think I need to give forewarning that I'm an asshole. I mean, sometimes people just, you could just tell. But I do like the forewarning. I would love it if everybody told me exactly what they're like when I meet them, so I could just go, yeah, no, I got enough of you. Like, I have too many of column A and group B and all that shit. Like, how far behind is she today? Fuck you, T-Rex. I'm a half hour behind. 2 hours. That's a lie. Amen. Over an hour. I am not. I'm very selective. I'm going to stop reading chat, and then you could all just suck it. I choose to not have close friends who have addiction issues, are degenerate, and proud of it. I have a good, stable life and would never do anything to disrespect it. Yeah, I know. And for the most part, it's the same. Because, I mean, it's not like he's in my day-to-day life, but I can't just, I can't just walk away. I won't revel in the stupid shit that he does. But, I'm here to observe, basically, and just see if he's going to be okay. Gotta hit rock bottom as an addict in recovery. I get it, having lost an apartment to realize I need to get sober. Unfortunately, he hasn't hit that yet. The mindset is invincibility. Uh, yeah, and that's part of the problem. The whole, oh look, I had all this. Yeah, you had it, and now it's gone. And that realization, I don't think has landed yet. So we'll see. I mean, he's got the court dates at the end of November. And then his birthday's right after that. Is this his 43rd, 44th birthday? I forget. Good for you, Ellie Font. There's nothing wrong with setting boundaries. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I appreciate that, you're very forthright about it. Like, you don't pretend. I appreciate that more than you know. I want to say so much, but I'm angry as fuck. Yes, I miss who he was. But I won't shit on him the way everybody, they all decided to do. Like, it's not fun for me watching a human fuck up their life to that degree. Especially a human I happen to care about. So I'm not going to engage in, the celebration that everybody else, not you guys, but everybody else seems to be enjoying, the carnage. To me, that's 7, 8, 9 lives fucked up for no reason. That's a tragedy to me. It's truly tragic. It breaks my heart watching what he does. Watching all the different, the streams go off about him, and they're saying this and they're saying that. And I have all these different feelings that I can't do anything with because I don't know what's true and what's not either. I can make a whole bunch of assumptions, but it's not going to, it's not going to make a difference to me because I can't validate everything that people say. I can't figure out what's true and what's not. I know what sounds true. I know what I want to be true. I know that there's a whole wealth of information that's true that we don't know. I know that we know some true stuff, we know some false stuff, we know some real doozies, but I don't know. I don't know what to believe. So I have to rationalize it to the place where if I don't know what went on in the past, then I can't judge based on that. So all I can do is be present and just watch and not be somebody who talks bad about him and not be somebody who benefits off him and his kids and his friends or his ex-friends or cohorts or whatever the fuck you want to call any of them, anybody involved. I don't want to benefit off it. I don't want to live off it. I want it to be okay. I want him and the kids and Tank, that's what I call Kayla. I want everybody to be okay. I do. I don't want anybody to suffer anymore. I think it's been enough. There's been enough suffering. Everybody needs to smarten up and fly right. But I'm not gonna, pee on the head of a drowning man. That he's drowning. Anybody who can't see that, they're not looking. So would I love to be able to hug my friend? Yes. Would I love to be able to punch my friend in the head right now? Yes. I have all kinds of emotions. But those are my emotions. He's not responsible for those. He's not even entitled to them. They're mine. But I'll still care at the end of the day because that's who I am. I know he's done the dumbest, stupidest shit sometimes, but I don't care about people based on their perfection. I care for them based on who they are. And sometimes you go through things. He's going through it. I'm not there for him because he doesn't need me there for him. I'm here. Just send it out as much good energy as I can. As weird as that is, praying as much as I can for him. Elephant, I'm more disappointed. Yeah, he claimed to be a good Christian monogamous married man who only on vacation with no kids around did gummies. He was none of that, which he claimed, which makes him a lying, deceptive snake. Yeah. Yeah, it's a valid opinion. I mean, and you're entitled to it. I felt very disappointed. I felt very betrayed. And then I was so angry, and I sat up one day and I was like, bitch, none of this is about you. Like, nothing he did has anything to do with you, your life, or anything. You are a essential part of this story. Like, you don't exist in the story. You are a spectator. And I realized that everything I felt, I was entitled to feel, but that didn't mean I had to act on it because I didn't have a right to. He's got his life. He's got to deal with his life. I got to deal with mine. But I felt all sorts of things, and I couldn't talk to him and say, because that was our relationship. He would talk, I would talk. He would talk, I would talk. Like, we told each other some painful things over the last 2 years. And so, like, I didn't have him to say, hey, what's going on? And it's because I'm not a part of his 3D life. I am part of his power life, his social media life. And for me, like, there's not really a distinction, but for other people there are. I just felt really bad. I felt really bad, but I also just I couldn't walk away. I tried so many times to, like, muster up my anger and I was just like, but I'm not giving him a pass. I'm just saying, yeah, you might have fucked up bad, but it's not in my nature to just leave you abandoned like that, especially at a low point. It's just not who I am. And people, if they want to make fun of that, they can make fun of it. But yeah, he disappointed me very much too. He did. Andrea, what's up? Good day. I'll just stop by to say, wait, WD USA? What's WD? We did it, USA? Trump 2024. I'm going to take it that that's what you put. Oh, look at you, Trump, baby. Oh, we're going to get... Wait. Andrea, thank you very much for the 5 Aussie bucks, Trump, baby. There we go. Let's play that clip. I had to take it down so we could see the whole clip because I like the ones but. I like those butts. I like those butts, and I can't lie. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. And yes, we did it. Thank Christ we did it. I think my entire house slept like the sleep of the dead right after that election. Because we were just so late. We were all up to like 5 a.m. It was crazy. On a much brighter note, I bet on Bitcoin going up no matter what the outcome of the election. Boy, was I right. I'm up over $300 in 7 days. Nice. Congrats, T-Rex. And thank you again, Andrew. I appreciate that. My little saucy Aussie. That's what you are. Trump 2024. Good day, Heidi. You've been talking to any South African swamp creatures lately? No, we avoid those. Knows free to work's great and grosses me out. Save my baby and me from colds and mental illness for me. The bulb sucker, yeah, was on standby. Not as effective. Yeah, it really wasn't. I had this one syringe that had a really long nozzle instead of like that little round fat plastic one, that clear one. I had the one from the hospital that they gave me. That one worked really well. Did anybody answer the riddle yet? No, they didn't. They didn't even read it. I'm a teepee. I'm a wigwam. What's my problem? Shelly, you're too tense. I was in the mood for. God, I can't breathe. I was in the mood for a really corny joke this morning, and that's one of my favorites. And I mean, Winning does that joke all the time, and it always makes me laugh. Well, as long as the sprinkles don't get in your eye. Yeah. Green bird control is the raving left losing their ever loving mind. Yes, that's very effective birth control. The whole blue tattoos and shave their head and she's like, I'm not wearing a bra anymore. Good for you. I mean, I hope you don't turn too fast. You'll knock out like 12 people in front of you. Just swing, not a swing and a miss. If you swing with those big old titties without a bra on, you're gonna just strike. Like, that's it. You're just gonna knock them all over. Oh, lucky you, Heidi. She made my brain hurt. Oh my God. I'm so glad I don't have to hear her voice. Every time I hear her voice now, I'm like, why are we playing reruns? Stop it. I don't want to hear anything she has to say ever again. Never. Tim Walls, you notice he fucked off into the ether. Nobody even knows where the hell he is. Saying you can get pregnant by having ass sex is like saying you got pregnant from sitting on a toilet seat. More likely, you're likely to get an STD or like a spider bite sitting on a toilet seat than you are getting pregnant. Give me a break. These fools need to be in the operating room when doctors are ripping. Yep, worse than having to stand by and watch life go out of this tiny miracle. I get it. I get it. So-called medicine. Yeah, I know. And the fact that they even went so far as to invent it. I mean, I don't know who came up with it, but I hope they're roasting in the deepest pits of hell. Reminds me of an episode of House where a girl asked Dr. House if it was possible to get pregnant from sitting on a seat, and his response was, "Yes, it's possible. There would have to be a man between you, though." That's like I always tell my mother when she has a computer problem. I said, I think it's somewhere between the chair and the screen. And she's like, what? You mean the keyboard? I'm like, yeah, that's what I meant. I'm like, in that sense, that's where the connectivity problem is. Like, it's a user problem, because you're the user. 40-year-old midwife hated those fucking days. And I get it, Andrea. I would never want to be in that position to have to do that. No social workers, caregivers in sight. Why? Adoption's still legal here in Aussie. Yeah, I don't know. Because it's such a brutal ending to something that doesn't have to be that way. I mean, I don't know. It upsets me. It does. I love me some babies. I loves babies. I was telling Connor, I was like, so you're 18 now. Yeah, get a skill, get a job, get a wife, and get me grandbabies. And he was like, I don't know if I'm ever giving you grandchildren. I was like, yeah, you will. I was like, just trust me. Yeah, you will. How do you know? Because I want it. All right. I wanted a boy. I wanted a girl. I got one of each. And now I want grandbabies. So not today, but like get a job, be a man, grow up, be worthwhile, and get married, have babies. So I have all the babies. I have all the babies. That's a little baby, a little squishy, a little, get their little cheeks and do a little. And he goes, and what are you going to do when I have babies? I said, I'm going to nibble on their feet and blow on their bellies. And he was like, there's something wrong with you. I was like, I just love me babies. Love me some babies. I do. I used to steal everybody's babies at work. Somebody would walk in with a brand new baby. Like, oh my God, can I hold it? All right. Just walk away. They'd be like, she's in room 103. That's where you're going to find your baby. They'd be like, come in. They'd be like, oh my God, he's so quiet. Babies love me. It's the bubbies. No one on the left can figure out why Trump won. Most of us here are politically engaged. but most people aren't. Yeah, I never realized how politically ignorant I was till 2 years ago. The left can't understand that that's the hierarchy of needs one can't worry about. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I didn't worry about politics because I had to worry about raising kids, paying rent, buying groceries, paying electric, pay the cell phone bill, pay the cable bill, do this, do that, run here, run there. I had a whole life that I had to, juggle. I didn't give a fuck about politics because it was never important to the women in my family. They didn't talk about politics around us. They made sure to not talk about politics around us. And we weren't allowed to talk about it because my grandfather would be basta. Stop in Italian. Basta. Like, we just weren't allowed to talk about that kind of stuff because apparently it was over our heads. And yes, I grew up in that kind of family. They weren't all like women are stupid, but the big mouths of the family were, and those were the ones you avoided and you did what they wanted so they didn't direct their bullshit at you. I miscarried naturally, which is just a vaginal birth with the baby. That was not, that happened to me at 15. And it happened again when I was in Kansas when I first moved there. Apparently, Brett and I getting back together was the magic moment. But God knew better than I did. So, but I miscarried 3 times. And then I had the ectopic pregnancy with the twins. I consider that a miscarriage only because what they tried to do didn't work. And then I wound up in a lot of pain. I'll put it that way, in a lot of pain. So, but the ones that really affected me were the 2 miscarriages, the one when I was 15 and the one when I was 29. And yeah, I was terrified. I wasn't so scared when I got pregnant with Katie because I was young and, still feeling invincible. But when I got pregnant with Connor, I was worried. And I was super careful. Super careful. I went to the doctor from 3 weeks pregnant. He was like, "How did you even know you're pregnant?" Just trust me, I knew. I knew. But I took every vitamin. I ate really healthy food. I exercised all the fucking time. I went on long walks and I did everything I was supposed to do. Because I was terrified that I would lose him. And I would never get another chance. So yeah, I remember that loss really a lot. The first one especially. The one with Brett, I was so traumatized. It was more about him leaving me to just bleed out by myself for 3 days with no car and no way to get to a hospital. But the one when I was 15, because that was done to me. Because that was forced, because he kept stomping on my stomach. But yeah, that was done to me. So that one still bothers me. They all bother me, but that one, that hurts. The hospital tried to talk me into a DNC, and when I refused, the doctor told me some woman had a uterus fused together from the procedure. Yeah. I got the DNC for the second one. The first one, I went home and I went into the bathroom and it just happened there. But I mean, I was younger and I was about 12 weeks. So, oh God. Social issue. If you can't afford food and shelter, the leftist media doesn't understand that why we aren't worried about social issues because they're so privileged in the true sense of the word. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. I'm not worried about your productive rights. I'm worried about the state of the world. Not everybody has a uterus capable of producing a baby and having an abortion right at this moment. There are other demographics that exist outside that 20-year age gap. And the abortion thing is preventable. Like, I mean, if you don't want to have to like get an abortion, then just don't have unprotected sex. How about that? Like that's pretty much a way to avoid it. The whole incest rape shit, stop it. Because we all know what goes to these abortion clinics, and it's not those people. Okay, it's not. Very rarely do you have a woman walk in who's been beaten up and raped and whatever, and she's like, "Oh, I need an abortion." Very rarely. What you do have is a bunch of fucking thoughts walking around with their Medicaid cards going, "Oh, I'm here again." I mean, what do you get? Like, do you get your card like hole punched or something? Do you get a free one every 10? Like every 10 visits, one free. I can't. I'm aggravated. Even here in Oz, they're losing their one brain cell. I love Sky News Australia. They're having so much fun laughing at the liberal meltdowns. I love that Indian chick. What's her name? Rita. There you go. She's amazing. She is so spot on. If you don't follow her on Twitter, you really should. She's hilarious. She will, between her and Roseanne Barr, they pop up in the weirdest streams, like the weirdest threads. And this person will be going on and on and on. Everybody's just like ragging on them. And then all of a sudden, one of these two women will pop up and nothing else after that. Like, just shuts them right down. I think it's great. Trust the older midwives and not the hairy armpitted nutters. Oh my God. All the holistic, like, I don't wear deodorant and I don't shave. And yeah, no, I know. Go for the older ladies who are like, listen, it's going to hurt, but shut your mouth or you're not going to be able to push. Rita's the best. Yes, she is. Or the body shape through the door. Yeah. I've seen guys like literally take a screen door off its hinges, trying to fucking like put their boot on while they're trying to like balance and get out the door. And there goes the screen door. It's done. Hilarious. See, they understand things like a 12-year-old girl pregnant with her second child is not correct. Yet I say something and I'm hauled before manager. Of course, you're not allowed to have an opinion, especially if it's not their opinion. Beer goggles at dark 30 are powerful. Yes, they are. Listen, I have worn my share of beer goggles. Okay. I have had, but see, I have good friends who would be like, girl, what are you doing? What? Like, you're flirting with him? Well, I mean, I'm bored. No, like, you're way too drunk for this. Like, you can't make that decision. But I'm going to describe him to you in the morning, and you tell me if you're still mad at me in the morning. I'm like, and I used to be like, why is he ugly? Yeah. I mean, he's not attractive, but he looked, no, girl, you're drunk. Like, you are way too drunk to judge what he looks like. Okay. That's when I trust my friends. It's always good to have friends who won't let you fuck ugly. That's a good friend. Whether you know it or not. Anybody who prevents that kind of catastrophe is A-okay in my book. If we can only clone Trump and send them out to rule the rest of the Western world. Don't tempt Elon. Oh my God, what if he turns all those like robots into like Trump bots? That would be fucking hilarious. You want to see the libs really freaking freak out? If he just lined up all his robots, the ones that he's selling for like 20 grand at some point, just put like the blonde Trump wig on them and like dress them up in like a suit with the red tie and just line them up and just let them like serve stuff or whatever at a party. Do you know how the libs would freak out? They're building a Trump army. Oh my God. I would love that. Oh my God. I want him to do that. He could do like a whole Trump robot chorus line. Dun, 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 dun. Like whatever the song is for chorus line. I don't give a fuck. She's blunt and actually takes time and listens. I love my midwife. That's awesome. That is awesome. Paul Murray was over in the U.S. for the election. He was laughing so hard his belly was shaking. Shelly literally just called crypto with the whistling coming. See, your dog listens to me, even if you don't listen to you. Oh, that's funny. I like Paul too. His coverage of Israel is excellent. When you find a good midwife, they are gold. She will fight the doctors like you have never seen. I've seen videos like that where the doctors are totally off. And the midwives are like, no, no, no. Why would you want her to like, no, that makes no sense. I'm not doing that to her. You're not doing that to her. That's cruel. Da, 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 da. Like they really go full bear. They're like, nah, get away from my patient. I love people like that. I've had nurses like that in the hospital was like, what are you doing, doc? No, 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 no. We don't do, no, not for her. No, we're not doing that. And I'm like, what? And they're like, he's trying to like, yeah, he wants to do this, but that's not going to work because you want to do this. And you already said, you know, they remember my preferences. They remember my temperament. They know what I'm capable of. The doctor fucking doesn't. The doctor comes in for 10 minutes once a day and doesn't know me from like a hole in the wall. So yeah, I mean, I give them a lot of respect. A good midwife, good nurse. I mean, they are priceless. They really are. Well, I'm not sucking nothing. I had no part in it. Okay. It's all right, Puffer. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. In the US, surprisingly, it's hard to find good medical. And when you find it, you got to keep it. Oh, yeah, you do. Absolutely. I have yet to find really good medical. I used to have good medical, and then he died. So it was like, and I'd love to say it was like an accident or something, but no, he was walking to work one day. He was Dr. Sonny, and he just dropped dead. And they think he had like a brain aneurysm. He was a teeny tiny little Filipino guy. He was so awesome when I was pregnant. I was pregnant with Katie, and he was around for like years afterwards. He always took care of me. And then he died, and I was really upset. I can only listen and chew my toenails so far. Now I'm working leather. You're funny, Yama. I deal with a lot of local girls, STDs. 2-year-old had me throwing punches. Oh my God. I'd be throwing punches too. 2-year-old growls and raises for yeah, like what the fuck? No isolated case. It's there. Case. It's there, right? See, I'd commit murder. Load the boom, rev the engine, and go, baby. Bush Justice, NT style. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's when they're drawn and quartered. They deserve that kind of an ending. Oh, good God. Hey, winning. Say his name and he appears. There he is. He said, hi, everybody. He's got a show going tonight. I'm guessing around 7. I don't know. Let me see. Damn it. I wonder if he created the thumbnail yet. Nope, sure didn't. Sure didn't. So throw the link out there and throw the time out for tonight's show. Tim is somewhere playing with tampons. Oh, I'm sure. It's such a shame. They just took all the joy out of tampon jokes. It used to be like, what does a vampire use for a tea bag? I use tampon. Like, I mean, that's a funny fucking joke. At least to me. Which is all that really matters. But yeah, no. And now when you say tampon, that's the only thing you think of is that little Mr. Magoo motherfucker. Walls is probably hanging out in a ladies' room somewhere with all his gay boys. Back in the 1600s, because it's the first recorded deletion of a human. Really? That's when they came up with that whole procedure? That's disgusting. My dad is a baby whisperer too. Yeah, babies love me. It's the deep voice because I have a lot of, I have a lot of bass in my voice. And when they put their heads like on my chest, first of all, it's really warm there. It's really soft. It's nice and pillowed. They can snuggle in. And then when I talk or if I sing or whatever, because I usually sing to babies, I always sing Patsy Cline. Nothing puts a baby to sleep like Patsy Cline. It's the depth of my voice and everything, and the softness and the slow enunciation. But Yeah, that's instant. They put their head there, they feel that vibration, they hear that deep sound, and it's all warm and cushiony, and then knock the fuck out. It works with men too. It works with women, actually. I can't tell you how many teachers used to be like, I need a booby hug. And they just come over and put their head on my chest, and I'd be like, are you happy now? Can I get a hug? Like, like, oh, there. Got to stroke their hair a little. Are you good? Can you go back into the fray? Okay, you go ahead. Here's a cookie. And in case you're wondering, yes, I did used to give cookies to everybody. I made 2 to 3 batches of cookies a week without fail. All different kinds of cookies. And I always brought them to work. Because those people, let me tell you something. You either listen to them bitch or you shove a cookie in their mouth. And a lot of time I didn't have time to listen. Grandbabies are the best. Spoil them, love them, hand them back when they have a meltdown because Grand's lolly dro is lacking in gummy bears. Oh my God, Andrew, that's so funny. That's so true. They're like, oh my God, why are they melting down? I don't know, because she wanted a pink cotton candy and they only had fucking blue, and I got both of them blue, and I don't want blue, I'm a girl. And well, maybe they wouldn't say that now, but like it's just great. I used to love when my sisters would bring me their kids, and I'd be like, oh, all right, you feel like making a mess now, you're in a mood, you're getting cranky, where's your mother? Here you go, here are your kids, take them back. Oh, you don't want them for long? No, I'm good. You can bring them back tomorrow morning, and when they get to this stage, you can pick them up again. Just take them. I take them just for the joy of having them. And if they fall, it's not my health insurance. That's a huge draw, y'all. Don't ever belittle that. The beauty of watching other people's children play is that you are not responsible for their medical bills if they fall. If they break, it's up to their parents to get them fixed, not you. Ah, God, I swear to God, like Connor would climb to the highest of anything, and I'd go, oh my God, I'm going to be sitting in a hospital room for like the next 3 days. Like, because that was my main worry. It wasn't, oh my God, he's going to fall and get hurt. It was like, oh, Jesus, this is going to be a trip to the ER. And I hate the ER. But it's just like when it's other people's kids, like, you can do it, jump. Like, because you ain't taking them to the ER. That's their parents. It's not that you don't care, but it's a lot more fun to watch them be daring. Children need to take risks. My father was a mobile sperm bank. That's great, Andrew. That's my daughter's father. We call him Super Sperm. I mean, he's got 5 children, and I can't tell you how many have been done away with by his other girls. He would have like 2 football fields. 2 football fields. Oh my God. Not quite that big. 2 football teams. Because he was one shot Harry. Like, he literally had super sperm. Crazy. If I knew that having grandkids was so much fun, I would have had them first. I like that. That's a bumper sticker. It's cute, Wolfram. I like it. My youngest grandy says to me, I know you'll die soon, Gran. I just want you to know I love you. How do you beat that? Oh my God. First of all, let's calm down with the dying soon. Or I don't know why all kids are like, my kids used to do it. Hey, Mom, when you were young, what do you mean when I was young? You know, way back when. Fuck you. Like, no, I'm still young. Okay, Ma, sure. Like, it's like, yeah, okay, Ma, there. I have to do a fucking lung cleanse. I haven't done that lung cleanse in like forever, and it's killing me. It's the damn heat. They put the heat on all night long, and then I can't breathe. But I just wanted you to know I love you. The second part is so sweet. The first part you could have done without. Tell them sometimes part of the thought is better in your head. I remember toilet training the first grandy, and I would just say, pee on the grass as we were in my backyard. Great. Worked well until down the street. She needed to go for a wee. Guiding her to the public toilet. She stops and says, Gran, there's grass right here. Oh, man. Listen, It's not unusual, believe it or not, because many times we would go to the park with all the kids and we'd have all these little kids, and inevitably somebody had to pee. And you just don't go in public toilets in Hoboken. You just don't, especially with children. There's all sorts of bums in there and everything else. So we used to form a wall of mothers in front of whatever bush was closest to a wall. So you would have the brick wall so nobody could see them. You'd have the bush. You'd have like a little space in that like grouping of hedges and shit. And the kid would be able to go there. And then you'd have all the mothers lined up in front of them, like side to side, so nobody could see through. Or we'd have like a blanket and somebody'd be holding the blanket up, but you didn't want like cops to see you. So it was just easier to have like a bunch of women standing around looking like they're talking. And you'd be like, hurry up, hurry up. It was so much easier with boys. You're just like, pick a bush and aim. But with girls, it was difficult. My friend Jill used to say, no, you can only imagine that you have to go. No, gather up your spit in your mouth and swallow your spit and you won't have to pee anymore. And she convinced her kids to like, it would get her like 10, 15-minute window where they just forgot that they had to go to the bathroom. So that worked for her, but it never worked on my kids. Kind of told me I was stupid for saying that once. He's like, I just gotta pee. All right, there's a tree. It was like, well, I'm not going to go there by myself. No kidding. Like, let's go. But, oh my God. 10K plus babies to a doctor, maybe 100. I say midwife rules. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they're right there in the thick of it. They got their hands up in these women. They're trying to turn babies in the belly. I mean, they're dealing with placental issues. What is this new thing with people eating their own placenta? Ugh! Like, stop it. They're like, oh, you just fried up fuck out of you. Wife friend had her first baby and she called me today almost crying because her baby got his first tooth. Oh, see, I'm not stupid. I would have been like, T-Rex, come over and see the baby. Feel the, oh, look. And then you would have said, oh my God, look, the baby's got a tooth. And you would have had to buy them shoes. That's a tradition in my town, like where I grew up. Whoever finds the baby's first tooth has to buy them their first pair of shoes. And so you never, as a mother, you never say that the baby's got a tooth. You let somebody else figure that shit out, and they're like, "Oh, I gotta buy shoes for the baby." Yep, sure do. It's just one of those fun things that we do. What is a vampire? What the fuck? That's it, Shelley. I've said some offensive stuff, but that's too far. I will not endure the defamation of vampires. Oh, you're funny. Universe works in mysterious ways. The fact that Kamala Harris will only have to certify her defeat in the Senate is just glorious justice. Oh, look, I'm already caught up. Yay. Remember the kids would fill the bath with water and throw tampons in. So damn funny. No, my son thought it was hilarious because I had a box of tampons in my house forever because I don't like tampons. They're just uncomfortable. I just don't like them. But what you call I don't know what the hell he was doing, but apparently I wasn't paying attention. And I hear like a minute apart. And I was like, what the fuck is he doing? And I like snuckled up. I'm like, he's in the bathroom. That can't be good. And I go in, and he had all the tampons taken out of the wrappers, and he had them lined up on the floor. And he was taking them by the string one by one and dipping them into the toilet until they blew up and then tying the strings together. So he had like 12 tampons, like in a circle, like all tied together. And he was taking them up. Now, this was a box of like 48 fucking tampons. And he stopped and he looked at, he was like, I'm not going to flush them. I just want to see how many fit in the toilet bowl. It was like 4. And I was like, and I'm looking at it and I was like, you're not going to flush it? And he was like, no. All right. I went and got my chair and I brought it over. I sat in the fucking computer chair in the in the doorway of the bathroom in front of the toilet and just watched him do this over and over and over. And do you know he fit all of those tampons like tied together, and he soaked up every single drop of toilet water in that toilet. And he was like, "Thanks for letting me do that." I was curious myself to see what would happen. But he did. He managed to soak up all the toilet water. And I was just like, oh my goodness. It was so funny watching him. He was fascinated because, it looks, like a little bullet, like an eraser or whatever. And then when he dropped it, he was like, look, it opens up. And these opened up like into these huge, like gauze cotton balloon things. And I was like, see, that does not fill me with like confidence. I would not want that inside me if that's what it does. Stop it. Like this thing went, and he was having a great time. Like if you put the thing in the water slow, you can make like part of it puffy on the end, then the rest of it is all compressed and dried. And like my son makes an experiment out of everything. But I let him do that. I did because I was curious. Anyway. Andrew said it's not new eating placenta. The first time I was asked was in the 70s, but I've heard about it in shampoo, stuff like that. But now people are like they actually eat it. They say it's good for their milk production, everything. I can't. I don't even like eating chicken liver when it's fried. Like I don't eat gizzards. Why am I going to eat my own innards? No, thank you. My little used them like grenade launchers against army guys. They work so well. Not so bad, but hilarious. But they work well and they don't break anything. See, I don't mind them using them as grenade launchers because they're not going to break anything. Like if you use like the Nerf gun, that shit will break a vase or a window or the TV, take your eye out. But like it's no, go ahead, because they're going to kill you anyway. So it's like, you might as well kill army guys with it in your little, game. Yamaha. So let me get this straight. You call me. I have to come over to view a kid's jibs, then buy you shoes. Yes. My number has now changed and it will be VM for non-existent. It'll be voicemail for non-existent Chinese takeout. But I mean, that's what we do. I found the baby's tooth, and you got to buy shoes. Be right back. Coffee time. I wish I had coffee. Asians, Indians are big into consuming placenta. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Huh. He had a string all coiled in the barrel. A good foot would foot. Oh, damn. Nice. Nice. That's funny. Oh, my God. Kids will do weird shit with tampons. But tampons really are good for like nosebleeds. Oh, my God. They're so good for so much better than paper towels or like tissues. If you get like the super slim ones, it just right up there and then it just sucks it all up. It's amazing. All right. So now that we're 4 hours in and I didn't even touch on the topic, I am going to speed through it. All right. So INFJs with the whole rage thing. Did you know that one of the characters in Marvel is an INFJ? Loki? And I do. I identify and I relate to Loki a lot. Because if you think about what he was like before he became a villain, like he was really sweet and he was mischievous. Yes, very mischievous. And so am I. He's very playful. So am I. But he was very easily hurt and he was unseen and he was looked over despite whatever he did to please everybody. And I mean, I get him and I get how he turned into a villain. And here's the thing with rage. When you have needs and your needs aren't getting met, you get to a point where you just can't take it anymore. And people like to put you down sometimes for that. They're like, oh, you're being selfish. No, you're not being selfish. When you're perpetually being denied what you need, you go into self-preservation mode. So from my perspective, from my personality. INFJs, from what they say, they're known for like empathy. They're easy to talk to, open up to. Okay. They're called the advocates. They're the peacemakers. They're people pleasers. They value kindness and loyalty, consideration above pretty much anything else. They love to advocate for other people and to take care of other people because they feel selfish when they do it for themselves. And it takes a lot to make this type of personality like lose their shit. But they do. They have a breaking point. Everybody has a breaking point. Mine, once I reach mine, I will explode quite spectacularly. It's a whole different person. INFJs deal mainly in nonverbal cues from other people. They're very intuitive. They're very even keel unless something like, disturbs their hold on their emotions that they bottle up all the time. They don't want to just feel their own emotions. They would rather feel other people's emotions because they're easier to process. It's a lot easier to deal with emotions of other people than it is to deal with yourself because you're too close to the situation. Like it's too much. It's too overwhelming. So we tend to try to help as many people as possible so that we can process emotions, just not our own. We process the easier, more distant emotions. But that doesn't mean we don't feel it. We pick up on a lot of stuff. I mean, I hate when I walk in a room and I'm like, what's wrong? Or if somebody even just says hi and I'm like, what's the matter? And they're like, nothing. I'm like, no, you're different. Something's off. Like, because I always, and it's instinctual, it's immediate. It doesn't take me long. Like, my mother will come in a room and she'll be la 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 in her own little world and not realize that I'm sitting in a corner crying for 15 fucking minutes straight. And then eventually she'll look up and go, what's the matter with you? What happened? When did you start crying? Like an hour ago. Where the fuck were you? Like, but I'll walk into a room and go, what's going on? What happened? And I will zone in on every single face till I find the culprit. And it happens in like a second. And I'll just look at somebody and go, what'd you do? What'd you do? Did you say something? And then I start like piecing it together. And it's because I feel it. I don't have to see it. I feel it. Most people don't see what's right in front of them because they don't want to. I would rather feel what everybody else is going through than have to look inward and deal with my own shit because I've bottled it up for so long that it's like, no, see, you don't just open the door at a dam. You just don't. You just don't do that because you can't close it again. And that's always been the fear. But INFJs don't do well feeling their own emotions. But they are hypervigilant. And they have an uncanny ability to pick up on the slightest change in patterns. And people to us are just walking patterns. We see your behaviors, we see your tones, we see the way you hold yourself, we see the way you type. So even like para relationships, like with you guys in chat, I can tell where you're at just by the way you're typing, usually. Because I've gotten to know all of you. I know your tones. So even your texts have tones. And that's what we pick up on. We watch your habits. We listen for your tone of voice. We look to see where you're looking. Like, what are you doing with your hands? What kind of like clothes are you wearing? Are you put together today? Did you miss something today? Like everything has to be just so. And if it's out, we notice right away. If you ever like are friends with an INFJ and you want to make them super happy, give them a book of Spot the Difference. They will go through that. That is my favorite thing in the world is Spot the Difference. Because I have a game on my phone that I play constantly because it's so obvious to me. And everybody else is like, I don't see it. I'm like, how do you not see it? This. Because my brain does an instant picture of them both, puts them on top of one another and goes, I know what's different. And that's the way my brain works. But I do that with people. I know what your blueprint is. I know every circuit that you have going. I know how your power runs. I know the wattage that you use. I know everything about how you are built and perform and function on a day-to-day basis. So if something is different, I have an alarm in my head that goes, no, red flag, red flag. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Find out what's wrong. Fix it. That's my brain. While I'm trying to just say, hi, my brain is going, no. Fix it. Find it. Find the problem. You have to find the problem, because if you don't do it, it'll never get fixed. That's my brain. And then there's my ego that is not the healthiest, that says, shut the fuck up. She doesn't have to fix everything. And if she can't fix it, now it's her problem. It's her fault. So it's like I have so many things in my head warring against me to, oh my God, there's a problem here. And then there's the other part of my brain that says, fucking ignore it. It's not your fucking problem. Like, just move on. Like, forget it. Like, you don't see it. You don't hear it. La, 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 la. Like, just go away. Like, let them deal with their own shit. Don't get involved. And there she goes. And that part of my brain is always going, you don't listen to me. Why don't you listen to me? Because I don't like you. Because I don't like that part of my brain that sounds suspiciously like winning. But, like, I don't like that part of it that says, no, walk away. Walk away. Shut up. Don't comment. Don't say, like, and it's just because there's that other part of my brain that goes, go fix it. Somebody's hurt. You got to be there, because, that's what you do. You hug and you fix and you make it better. Go be the mom. Go make it better. I am not everybody's mother, but apparently my brain thinks I am. Which is inconvenient for me, to say the least. All right. So, by the way, I did write all this out. It's scripted because I did not want to miss out on what was in my head. So now you got to suffer through it. They're quick to make. Wait, they are quick to sense any kind of disturbance in the force. That's true. I do tend to pick up on disturbances in the force, even the little teeny tiny ones. They usually ask what's going on and check in frequently to make sure everything is okay for both that person and the relationship. Reassurance is a huge thing when it comes to how INFJs remain functional, as they're often overloaded with the emotions of other people and their own. They tend to be a sponge around everybody. So they soak up emotion, they soak up personalities, they soak up the vibe. When you say learn to read a room, you never have to say that to an INFJ. To somebody like me, no. I have done an instant read of the room the second before I stepped in it, because I was listening outside the doors to the volume level, to how many people I think are in there. Like, are they laughing? Is there more laughter? Is there more like quiet talking? Is there loud talking? Is somebody fighting? Like, what is the vibe? And I get it before I even enter the room. And then I enter the room, shoulders back, head up, tits out, let's go. And I will take on the world. That's why when I enter a room, people go, you enter a room. No, you take over the room, because I do. I was never like that in my 20s. In my 20s, I would sneak into a room and be like, oh, just don't even notice me. I don't know. Something happened when I hit 40. And I was like, fuck this. I am who I am. And I'd walk in. I'd be like, I'm here. Like, here I am. But I never had to say that. I'd just show up and then you'd hear, it was like Norm, Shelly. It was that kind of thing. Because it was a vibe I took with me. If somebody was upset, I made a beeline for that person. And then eventually I learned I don't have to go to them. I'll walk into a room, make a little eye contact, give them a little bit of a stare, wait until they go, oh, okay. And then they come over and go, I'm upset, and and they just unload. That's why I say I try to look unapproachable, but it always has the opposite effect, because I make a lot of eye contact. I don't know what it is. They call it the INFJ stare, but that's something I just learned about. I've always done this. I literally will just stare at you and observe you. But I don't feel like I'm staring. I'm blinking, but I'm looking in your direction, and people can't look away. They keep like, they're like, what are you looking at? I'm looking at you, because I don't lie. I'm not going to say, oh, nothing. I'm not embarrassed. I'm looking at you. Why? Because I don't know a lot about you, and you feel a certain type of way today, and I'm trying to figure out what it is. I'm very upfront about why I do it. And they're like, oh, well, it's freaking me out. Well, I mean, we could talk about that, or you could just get the fuck out, like, because you're distracting me. But yeah, I'm not your typical INFJ, because I don't take that much shit from people. But reassurance is a huge part of how we function. It really is. Like, we need to know everything's okay. We're drawn in by people who need us, and people who are in pain, usually. Because we feel best when we're helping somebody. And it makes us feel better, because we can't make ourselves feel better over our own stuff. So if maybe we can help somebody else, it just alleviates a little bit of that internal pain that we feel. And it gives us a sense of purpose. And when we have purpose, we can keep going. We can keep meeting the needs of other people, as long as we have some of, that need given back. Like, as long as we're reassured, we're okay, we're good, you're good, I appreciate you, I'm glad you're here. I don't want you to go away. I don't want you to be different than you are. We're not looking for like glorious praise. We're just looking for like, you want me here, right? Okay, tell me. Because if you don't tell them, they don't know. Because in their mind, they can't. It doesn't make sense for people to want them around. They know they have a lot to offer. They know that they're valuable. But people like that are used to being used and then discarded or forgotten. So reassurance is really big. There's a line in Tell Her About It by Billy Joel. And it says, you may not have done anything, but will that be a consolation when she's gone? Now, because I'm an English major, I had to dissect that a million different ways. And I realized what he's saying is, yeah, you didn't do anything wrong, but you didn't do anything to keep her around. So if you didn't do anything to make her feel loved and wanted and needed, is that going to make you feel better when she's gone? You didn't do anything wrong, but you didn't do anything right either. Like, you didn't do anything for her. So is that going to make you feel better? A lot of people didn't take that from that line. And I was like, no, I get it. Because you could just as easily lose somebody by neglecting them as you can by actively abusing them. I don't know which is worse. I really don't. Because they both are horrible. Absolutely horrible. And apparently very triggering. So there you go. I lost my place. Wait 1 second, guys, because I was really upset. It took me somewhere. Feel better. INFJs are usually big on helping other people, but it can be extremely draining, creating a very specific need that they have for acceptance, attention, respect, encouragement, and affection. INFJs, and I mean, I'm stating those, but those are like my top 5. INFJs need to feel heard, loved, and wanted. It's actually very simple to meet their needs, as they're prone to give way more than they require in return. But they do need some reciprocity. They need a sense of peace, comfort, and compassion if they're to continue to give to the extent that they do. When those needs are repeatedly not met, you encounter what is referred to as INF Rage. Now, all of you know me. I don't know if you've all been around. I know Andrea has been. I know Puffer has been. If anybody was around for the meltdown, where I just got pushed beyond what I could take. But it's out there, and we're going to discuss it because I've never really just discussed it, but I'm gonna. All right, so INF Rage is triggered by reaching the end of your supply and your well of interior emotions that you tend to rely on to get you through everything that you store up. The intense emotions become explosive. The well goes dry, but your emotions, it's like the seesaw. The one half is empty, the other half is like dead into the ground because it's so heavy. Like it's really, really hard when you have nothing left to give other people and all you have left are your own emotions. And that's what you're stuck with. And this person pushes you to where that's all you have left. There's a desperation that happens where you snap and then all those emotions come out, and it comes out in such a way. Like INFJs bottle up emotions until they go boom, and I go boom. Okay? It's like fucking TNT all over. But for the most part, like INFJs hate conflict. Now, I love to fight. I don't like conflict. There's a difference. Like I'll physically fight somebody. That physical fights don't bother me at all. I can take physical pain and I can dish out physical pain. That's not a problem. That's something that two people mutually agree to do to one another, and you're just, all right, this is it, but there's a limit. You know, but when it comes to conflict is verbal, it's mental, it's psychological, it's emotional. And I don't do well with conflict. I don't do well telling somebody they're doing something I don't like, if I care about the person, because I don't want to upset them. I don't want to be annoying. I don't want to be needy or, be like my ex-husband said, high maintenance or whatever. Like, I don't know, but Billy one day, he was like, "Oh, you're being demanding." I was like, "When have I ever been demanding?" And he went to answer, and I said, "You think about it and answer me honestly. When have I ever been demanding? Ever? Bossy? Yes. Demanding? When have I ever been demanding?" And he thought about it. I'll give him credit. He took a good couple minutes, and he said, "Holy shit, no, you're not demanding at all." I was like, "No, I'm really not. I'm the most easygoing fucking girl you know." I said, "And you all fucking knew it. And not one of you appreciated it. Instead, you wanted the bitch that was gonna, drive you insane. You were gonna grow old with me when life was, at its end, and you wanted everything to be nice and peaceful. But as far as the drama of it all, you went for the bitch who, I want this kind of ring, and I want a bigger diamond, and I want that, because she made you jump through hoops. I don't know why you needed to, but okay. That's what you wanted. That's what you got. I hope you're happy with her. Are you happy? No? Oh, boo fucking who. Like, you had your shot. That's the thing. Like, it's very, very easy to meet my needs. So when they don't get met, I bottle things up, and then I withdraw. And then if you push me, I go boom. But I hate conflict because it's really, really hard for me to state what I need directly, because I don't want to fight. I don't want to have verbal arguments. I don't want anybody getting hurt. Physical fights are different. I'm not going to physically fight somebody I love. I'm just not. So that kind of fight usually takes place outside of my core relationships. I'll punch you in the face like nothing. That's fine. You want to go, we'll go. But if you want to have conflict, no, I don't like conflict. It tears me up. So I avoid it at all costs. And how I personally avoid it, I go quiet and I withdraw. So the first step for an INFJ is silent treatment. They go quiet or give short answers or become excessively apathetic as they're now building a wall between them and the person that they're trying to protect themselves from. They know that they have a temper, and they know that that temper, if unleashed, could cause irreparable damage to everybody involved. And most people don't even notice the change. It's a huge red flag to the INFJ and to anybody who understands INFJs as they begin like this task of distancing themselves. But most people just go on with life. They don't realize that the distance is growing. Some might notice, but they can't identify like what's disturbing, like what's different. And then, I can't talk. The INFJ will withdraw, be quiet. And while they're quiet, what are they doing? They're thinking. And then they're overthinking. And then they're analyzing. And they're twisting and turning and obsessing. Because that's what their brain will do until it can make sense of the puzzle that they were just given. And once they get to the end of that puzzle, once they figure it out, they make their decision. And it's not usually in the best interest of the other person what their decision is. They'll reduce their social interactions until they can make the decision, or until they could just make sense of what's going on so they could talk about it. Will they talk about it? Not really. Step 2 would be the passive aggressive tendencies coming into play. INFJs will start to leak their frustration and their anger, in little indirect ways, to avoid just having any kind of explosive confrontation, in the hopes of that person's going to intuit that, there's an issue here. Come talk to me. Come figure out what's wrong with me. Like, I'm telling you what the problem is. I'm dropping like fucking huge hints here and here and here. They're throwing down hints like, Hansel and Gretel trying to find their way through the fucking forest back to their house. It's just breadcrumbs the whole goddamn way. And you're hoping this other person is going to pick up on this shit. You want them to pay attention, because you would pay attention if it happened in reverse. If the situation was reversed, you would know there's something not right. You would sense it. I would sense it. So I'm dropping all these hints in a very passive aggressive indirect way, hoping that the other person picks up on it so I don't have to address it. So it doesn't have to be awkward. So they can self-correct without ever saying a word about it. And that's a dignity thing too, because you want the other person to have all their dignity. You don't want to make them apologize or see themselves as being wrong, because you love this person. You want them to see the best in themselves. So you drop all these fucking hints because you're like, how do you not see what's going on? Like, do you not listen? Like, look at my face. Do I look happy to you? Like, do I sound happy to you? No, then you should be picking up on this shit. But no, the thing is, indirect, I tend to use sarcasm, biting humor. Occasionally, I'll start critiquing flaws that I never critiqued before. Like just dropping like little things here and there just to wake you up. That's my passive aggressive way. Now, while passive aggressive actions are different they're not different. They're difficult, I should say, for my type of personality, because I'm usually very blunt and very forthright. My confrontations do tend to be more direct, like, because I say things, because I'm me. I say things in the moment. But if you're not going to pick up on that, then it's going to build. Right? And that's when the silent treatment and the passive aggressive comes in, because we're doing all these little hint drops to say, hey, I'm not okay. We are not okay. So often that, they'll say something completely opposite to how they look and sound and feel, like that. I'm fine, when clearly they aren't. Or they'll agree to something they really don't want to do, and then they'll like half-heartedly do it or conveniently forget. Not following through on things or forgetting is a huge INFJ red flag, because we are sticklers for doing what we say we're going to do. So like, if I say I'm going to do something and I don't follow through with it, that's a red flag for you. That something's not right in that little scenario. Like, I didn't want to do that to begin with, but I only did it to go along with you, just not to have a fucking conflict. Like, so if I wind up not doing it and you're like, why didn't you do it? I don't want to. Well, why'd you say it? Because I didn't want to fight. That's basically it. There's no lying there. There's no trying to trick you. That's literally me saying I didn't want to do it to begin with. But it seemed like you were dead set on it. So I was like, all right. And then I just didn't do it. And you forgot about it until now. So obviously it wasn't that big a thing. When we don't follow through on something, or we say, oh yeah, I forgot, or we don't show up when we say we're going to, or we start like being busy with something other than you. That's a very silent way of saying I'm angry and I just can't say it out loud and I just don't want to be around you right now because I'm angry because you're not giving me what I asked for. So that usually leads to step 3, which is the confrontation. Now, the INFJ breaking point is usually only reached when all other avenues have been exhausted. I'm trying to like put my words together. So the confrontation, it's not going to be subtle. It's not going to be slow going. It's not going to be something that creeps up, in little increments. No. INFJs tend to just reach a point where they just decide, okay, that's it. I'm done. And then they lay out their thoughts and their feelings in a calm, detached way. They reveal all that's been stirring in their heads and in their hearts. That is not a discussion the other person enjoys. It's really just a one-sided telling of everything from their perspective from the very beginning where it started fucking up. And they will just lay out the entire timeline of this, and now we're here. So now what? Now what? And it'll come out of nowhere. Like to you, it seems like it comes out of nowhere. To them, it's been building for a very, very, very long time. So they'll have a lot to back up why they're feeling some type of way. They'll have receipts, they'll have dates, they'll have everything because they've had all this information stored in their head forever, driving them insane. And you haven't alleviated any of the stressors that this caused. So yeah, it's all going to come out. You may not have intended for any of it to happen, but they don't depend. Like INFJs, people like me don't depend on what you say. We depend on what we hear. It doesn't matter what your intention was. What matters is what the perception is when it's received. So you could have had the best of intentions, but if it came out wonky and hurtful and that's how it fell on me, you can't change that. You could try to explain it, you could apologize for it, but you can't change the fact that it hurt me. And to invalidate that is even worse. What we perceive and what you intend they could be different, but if you address it, you do a lot to soothe that kind of miscommunication. If you trivialize like the event or their feelings, or you try to like gaslight and turn it around and be like, oh, you're not going to put that, like, you're not going to criticize me for that when it's you that did it. I mean, you accept accountability. That goes a long way with people like me. Then you're only going to further the divide if you keep like dismissing it or denying it. You're going to further the divide between you and that person, between like you and me. And then my self-preservation mode is going to kick on. And it's going to up the rage reaction a couple notches. Now, this may flip me from this is an issue where I'm willing to discuss to I'm done. And by taking what I say seriously, like taking what an INFJ says seriously, and just reassuring them that, they've been heard and it's going to be worked on, it's been addressed, let's talk about it more, or that it's been eliminated, That'll resolve the conflict. Once that conflict is resolved, it goes away. It doesn't come back because it's done. You know, we don't want to have that kind of drama. We don't want to have the disharmony. We're very much about the peace. We are peacemakers. We want happiness and peace for everybody, including ourselves. And the confrontation can be very jarring to somebody like me who doesn't moderate well. I don't have the ability to moderate my emotions without putting a lot of energy toward it. You know, so I'm somebody who go from 100%, you know, placid to a raging, unapologetic fucking psycho in like 2 seconds. But you really got to push that envelope. You know, we pay attention to every single detail about you. So we know exactly how to hurt you. We know exactly what to say. And when we lash out, you know, nobody wants to be in our proximity because once an INFJ has all that data in their head about you and everybody else, once you've pushed them to that like psycho breaking point, they know exactly how to take you out. Emotionally, psychologically, mentally, it doesn't matter. They know how to twist and turn you because they know every move you make. They know every weakness. They know every strength. They know how to play you. Which, ironically, if they did that in the relationship, they would get all their needs met, but they don't want to get their needs met through manipulation. They want you to voluntarily want to take care of them, to want to meet those needs, because that means you value them. Means they're not expendable to you. Means a lot more than you think. And with us, there's no candy coating shit. Like, I mean, I'm going to tell you what I want to tell you no matter what. And if you don't like it, fuck you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Because once you get me to that point, you know, it's all going to come out. And while it's also cleansing and cathartic, letting it all out, it's absolutely exhausting. And it's overwhelming. And the shock may settle in just as, you know, like the INFJ is like winding down from their big, you know, explosion. And they're going to like disappear for a day or two because they need to recharge. They need to decompress. They need to like get their mind right. If that confrontation goes well and everything comes out and is dealt with, everything goes back to normal. The INFJ can rest easy knowing that, you know, they've been heard, the issue's been taken care of. It's not going to come up again. They catalog these things in people, you know, and in situations. They make sure this person said they'll never do that again. And that remains in their head. They'll say, well, I can depend on them because they're relying on them to never do that again. And because they trust that person, they let their guard down a little more. If that person does it again, that's going to be a huge problem. And the thing is, like, INFJs can't understand why other people don't police everybody regularly. Like, how do you not observe people's behaviors to know what to anticipate, to know how they're going to act, to know how, you know, what they're going to expect from you? Like, how do you not do that? I don't understand how people can just walk through life and not know what every single person around them is doing, thinking, saying, wanting, whatever. Like, because that's always being fed through my mind. It's a constant loop of information. So when I get met with like silence or like I'm talking and somebody like, I don't know, just decides to talk over me or cuts me off or like turns around and goes, what? I wasn't listening. Like, it makes me insane because then I'm putting out all this data and I'm not getting anything back. And that's why I hate dead air. Notice I very rarely have dead air because I don't like it, because people need input. You know, they need data. I need data. And if I don't get it, I will supply it myself or I will go looking for it. And that's never good. Now, if the confrontation goes poorly, well, step 4. Step 4 is the door slam. Now, wait. Sorry, my back is killing me today. People have witnessed my door slam. You have. You can watch it play out on Winning Reality's Rumble on the stream Deprogramming Flat Earthers, where I engage in a verbal disagreement that starts pleasantly on my part and escalates quickly to where I am disrespected for the last time by one person. It goes from pleasant warning tones to sarcasm to silence to a real break and a door slam moment. Now, you can pinpoint the breaking moment from my laughter, which still to this day freaks T-Rex out. The door slam, by my you could pinpoint the door slam by my insults and my pushback, but the breaking point was the laughter. That door slam was really loud and clear, and I never opened that door again. I walked away from everything. I walked away from dozens and dozens of people, and I didn't look back. I didn't speak of it for months because once I left, in my mind, it was done. Once I slammed that door on that person, they became completely irrelevant to me. Now, their inability to control or break me made me a permanent fixture in their head. It really bothered them that I was just like, all right, fuck you, bye. And it made me a target for their ire. They had all their flying monkeys and whatever. Like, everybody got to turn on me willy-nilly, whatever, because I wasn't talking back and I wasn't fighting back. So everybody was just like, I'm just going to have my say. And I let them. The words hurt me, but not enough to do any damage and not enough to interest me into engaging with anybody. And I knew what they lost, even if they didn't. And eventually they did too. But the INFJ door slam, that's a last resort. And we tend to be peacemakers, because we want everything to be harmonious. We give in a lot. We do. You could walk on us quite a bit. Because we don't want to stir the water. Nobody wants to stir the pot. Whoever stirs the shit pot has to lick the spoon. None of us want to do that. But once we decide to cut somebody off, it's a complete shutout. There's no bridges left to burn. There's no road back to trust or caring. We don't wish them ill or anything. We just don't care. And it's very, very specific to INFJs that they just turn the emotion off. It's just gone. There's no residual caring. That person no longer matters to them in any way, shape, or form. They don't love them. They don't hate them. They don't like them. They don't dislike them. The person, it's like they never existed. Once you're done as an INFJ, you're 100% done. There's never any going back. There's no forgiveness. I mean, no, that's not true. There's forgiveness, but there's no forgetting. And that kind of forgiveness is, I forgive you, go away. Because you don't want anything to do with them. I'm okay with that. I've always been okay with just walking away. Because we give chance after chance after chance, and you just can't give infinite chances to people. You just can't. When they push you to a point where they're completely disrespecting you and trying to control you, you got to be done. You got to be done. You got to stand up for your own emotional and mental good health. INFJ's door slam, it manifests in quiet ways sometimes, because we gradually distance ourselves and we become more and more and more apathetic. And we stop the social interactions. We stop, being interested in that person's life. We don't ask questions. We don't get emotional at all over anything. Basically anything you say, oh, I'm going to go to this. You go, all right. Oh, well, I'm going to do that. All right. Because we don't really care anymore because we're detaching. So, all right, I would say, go ahead, go do your thing the same way I would to any stranger on the street, because that's the level of attachment that we've allowed ourselves at this point. We've distanced ourselves until the person who was like the frick to your frack is now a complete stranger, and you could just walk away and be like, whatever, because you're just done. Being in the soup of other people's emotions is like oxygen to somebody who's an INFJ. So when we stop asking questions or like, you know, inquiring or even caring about how you feel or like what's going on in your life, when we stop like doing all the little things that, we're taking for granted, that's the death knell. We've already decided we're leaving the relationship. We just haven't done it yet. You may not notice until they ghost you. But in retrospect, you'll realize that it's been a long time coming, that you watched them move away and you just didn't care enough to do something about it. So you just got to kind of like decide to let them go, because you'll never get them back. Once they're gone, they're gone. And by the time you realize they're gone, they have completely erased you from their lives. Yeah, they'll hesitate to even discuss you with anybody else. And that was my thing. When the whole thing went down, I didn't want to talk about it with anybody else. I still don't, because I don't want to give it any energy, because it was stupid. It was stupid and it was dumb, and okay, it happened and now it's over and I never have to do it again. I never have to deal with it again. Do I live rent-free in that person's head? Sure do. That's their problem, not mine. Like I said, that's a more you problem than a me problem. Once we're done, we return the exact same energy that you gave us that made you lose us. That's what that is. We're not punishing you. We're equal. We're giving you back what you gave us. And by the way, we don't usually hate. INFJs are not good at hating. We just forget you exist. Hating takes way too much energy. It really does, and it's horrible. But if you can push us to that, there is one rage level left, and that's the eruption. That is when you push me to the point where I say, all right, that's it. Let me tell you a little something about you. Once I adopt that tone of voice and I get aggressive and I decide you're going to learn about you from my perspective and I'm going to tell you some hard truths, you're not going to have a good time. You're just not. That is the conversation where I say, and I will say to you, we're about to have a conversation you're not going to enjoy. Because I'm going to talk, you're going to listen, and it's going to hurt. And if you want to go, we'll fucking go. I will bring out all my big guns. That's my tell. When I say, let me tell you a little something about you. Because then I'm done. I'm done. That's when that person has worked my last nerve. They have pushed me beyond silence. I am coming at you, claws out, teeth ready, no holds barred, with everything I've been thinking, feeling, and putting up with. And I have all that information about you stored up in my brain, ready for the quick fire responses. Boom, 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 boom. There is not an iron dome in existence that could catch every fucking missile I could throw at you. Everyone will land. All the things I let slide, all the times I've been dismissed, disrespected, all comes flooding out of me in this maelstrom of just venom, because now I'm beyond pissed off. And I don't care if I hurt your feelings. And I will leave you on your ass and make everybody aware that there's a protective side to me that takes no prisoners when it's protecting me. You really got to like push me to get me there, though. I will go there. I don't like to. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like the feeling of it. I don't like what it puts out. I don't like what it invites in. But I will tell you all about yourself to your face, gleefully and loudly. And it'll hurt, and it'll leave you feeling like you're scorched earth. And I will walk away absolutely fine with it and not think twice about it. Much, much, much later, I might feel guilt like way down the road, but it'll pass. It'll pass. We give all we have until there's nothing left. And then we just don't care enough to protect you anymore. We've protected you from everything, even from yourself. And no, like you've taken somebody who gave you everything and just threw it away. So guess what? You gave me nothing. I'm going to give it to you in spades. That's what I'm going to leave you with. Nothing. No dignity, no ego. Your ego, that's one thing we're really good at, is destroying egos. Woo! So good at destroying egos. And then we just kind of let you self-destruct, because they always will. You just got to push them in that direction. And say, okay, well, you know what? You had all this success with me around. Felt good, right? Yeah. Now you get to feel the absence of that. Good luck. And you just let them toddle on their way, and they will self-destruct every fucking time. They don't learn from their mistakes. They keep perpetuating the mistake over and over and over and over with everybody that comes into their lives. But usually, like my type of personality, we learn from it and we move on. It's a little psychotic. I'm not going to say it's not. It is a little, because you have to be able to completely turn your emotions off when it comes to certain people. All right. So I talked for like a half an hour. So let's see. But that's what I wanted to say. But I thought it was interesting the way they laid it out. Like, I really do react in that very specific pattern. And you could see it in Winning's thing with me and the amphibian, because you see the entire, you got to do it on Rumble though, because if you do it on YouTube, I mean, you could watch the end of it on YouTube. It's at the very end. It's like 4 hours and 40 minutes in. But if you watch it on YouTube, then you have to go find it on Rumble, because Winning very cleverly, when I said, "Oh, fuck you," and he was like, "We're going to Rumble," and he switched over because he didn't really know me then. I mean, he knew me, but he was like, just, we were acquaintances. We weren't like, we were hanging out at the time, but not like, we weren't friends. Like I didn't trust him with everything in my head or whatever, because I didn't know him. And then this all happened, and then his breakup with that group happened like within 2 weeks, and then we had each other. So it was a whole, oh, all right, which is hilarious because we were the two people that nobody wanted speaking to one another. But okay, yeah, it's been quite the ride, me and Winning. Quite the ride. All right, let's go back to chat since I'm 45 minutes behind. That's not bad. Stop talking about me. We're talking about bullet holes. Rhino rockets are basically rhino rockets. Oh, I was like, what the hell is a rhino racket? I was like, is that like a fake Republican ricada? Like, what is that? It's what happens. See, I can't see. Oh, and don't let me finish without telling you guys about the birthday presents that I bought for my mother and her husband, because their birthdays are next week and the week after. But I'm super proud of what I bought them. Are basically tampons that, so rhino rockets are basically tampons that we shove in our nose to stop the bleeding. Still use Colombian booger sugar. Yeah, I'm sure that booger sugar, real good at stopping nosebleeds. Not causing. Yeah, sure. I'm an INFP. You're an INFP, so is Winning. That's hilarious. So much easier to take care of others. It really is, Andrea. It's so much easier for me to take care of other people, but I got needs too. And especially like being sick made me realize that I don't have endless energy to give to people anymore. Like, if I choose to spend time with you or like to do stuff with you, part of you should recognize the amount of energy that I am putting toward that I don't have. I am not your typical girl anymore. I have to pick and choose what I can do because my energy levels are finite. Once I hit the wall, I hit the wall and that's it. There's no going back. And if I keep pushing, that's how I wind up sicker. Pushing for other people who didn't appreciate it was what put me in the fucking hospital and almost killed me. So if I push myself for somebody, they need to understand that it's not just a desire to be nice or whatever. I'm literally playing with my life. Because if I push myself too far, I know how bad it'll be for me. And yet I might still do it depending on how important that person is. How important it is to do that thing for them. Told you I'm all over the place emotionally today. Did you know that the number one recruiting tool of the CIA is the Myers-Briggs personality test? I'm sure. The 3-letter agencies are mind warpers, always have been. They love all those psychological tests. They love them all. I really do believe that the only reason that we even entertain the psychological science studies is because we need to create labels for people to put people in different categories so that we can medicate them and control them. I do believe that all is supported by the government because it helps the government carry out their agenda. It's so much easier to separate people when you have people with problems coming in and saying, this is my problem. And instead of helping them cope and have like different habits or doing behavioral therapy or anything like that, they go, you know what? Here's a pill and you should go with that feeling. Oh, like instead of telling them, you know what? Yeah, you feel a certain way, but do you ever think maybe it goes back to this trauma and we should deal with that trauma and like talk about that and get that out of the way? Process. They go, no, you feel that way. Well, you should tell them you feel that way and don't hold back because that's bad for your emotional maturity. If you hold back and you don't tell them everything, be brutally honest. Don't worry about their feelings. That creates an entire world of assholes. That means that no matter what you feel you can spew that at anybody at any time, no matter what they're going through, no matter what's going on around you, because you're the center of the motherfucking universe. Guess what? You're not. I am not the center of the universe. I am not even the center of my home. Like, this should be my world. I should be the center of this universe here because I run this motherfucker. But am I? No. I'm just a tool that exists in the world that they live in. Okay. I wish I could look at people like that. I wish I could look at people and think, how can I, utilize this person in my life? No. I never think that. I talk to somebody and however they make me feel, that's where their value is started with me. That's where it's determined. Oh, I'm comfortable with this person. Oh, this person, you know what? They're a little odd. They certain things, but I do annoying shit too. So all right, so we both have like this is annoying, that evens out. But you know what? I really enjoy talking to them. I enjoy exploring with them. I explore, like different topics. I enjoy having a conversation. I enjoy in-depth. I enjoy laughing. I enjoy joking around. I enjoy playing music. I enjoy this. All these things that you build with that person, for me, it's always about the feeling of it. I don't care what the logistics are. I don't care that this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is not. Okay, but we got all this, so why rock the boat? No, like this part right here, this is what's going to break me. Because everything else, it doesn't matter if it's in a line. Once you hit that bump, I need that bump taken care of. Or else I can't get past it. And if I can't get past it, then that's the end of the journey for us together. Then I got to go around and you got to go your own way. We are not on the same path because you're not willing to go over that bump in the road with me. You're not willing to give me a hand and say, hey, you know what? We'll do it together, but we will deal with this. No, it's la 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 la. Like, all right. You don't want to deal with the issue. The issue will deal with itself. That's the problem. Because if I don't have feedback, my head fills in the blanks. Now, if I had a wonderful childhood and I was a emotionally regulated adult and just everything was peachy keen and I didn't have all these scars, that wouldn't be a problem. But I am a complicated individual. Easy to please? Yes. Very hard to lose? Yes. That's what always killed me. It's like, I don't walk away until I absolutely have no fucking choice. And yet, I've walked away from many, many people. And each and every one of them has turned around and said, where'd you go? I don't know who you're talking to. You're not talking to me. We're not friends. Because I just go cold. I'm a cold bitch. I am a cold bitch. Once I turn it off, I will love you with every single thing I have in my body, every cell of my being. Or I will pretend. It's not even pretend because I just don't care anymore. And it happens like that. Just a flip of a switch. But it takes me a really long time to get there. And I will throw up as many warning signs as I can before I get there. Because I don't want to be away. I want to love people. Especially important people in my life. I want to give them everything. But I got to be taken care of too. It's only fair. Life might not be fair. But I think if it can be in certain areas, we should make it that way. I don't like status quo. I like things to be better. If we can't make it better, then what the fuck did we all vote for last week? If you can't resolve problems and turn things around and make life great or the greatest you possibly can for you, what's the point? What was the point of all the voting last week if your personal life is just shit? If you're not getting what you need, then you got to go find what you need and you got to find somebody who's going to give it to you. Or stay by yourself. That works too. I don't ever want to get there again. I don't. I've walked away from too many goddamn people. And I've heard the same story every fucking time. Oh, they regret it. I don't care. Don't tell me what I don't want to hear their name. They don't matter anymore. Just let it go. That's the problem. People love reminding me of like, oh, remember that? Yeah, I remember. You do? Because you never talk about it because it's of no consequence. The person's irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. Because the best thing to do with a narcissist is to cut off their supply. people don't always believe they're narcissists, but sometimes you turn into the thing that you were fighting against in little ways. You adopt habits that you use to counter them, but now you use them on other people and you don't even realize it. And it's dangerous. I've caught myself doing that once in a while. I have. So I try to be very aware when I do stuff like that. I feel that way at times, but non-INFJ. Shall I stop reading my newspaper? I gotta go. Writers here. See y'all on the flip side. Bye, honey. I know I went really long today, but that's all right. I knew I had a lot to say. And I wanted to make up for not doing a stream on Thursday because I was just too goddamn tired. Andrew said, do they not notice or choose to ignore? It depends. It depends. I think a lot of them kind of close their eyes and figure if I just ignore it, it'll go away. It'll resolve itself. But with people like me, it doesn't resolve itself because that shit will stay in my mind forever. I will never forget it until it's resolved. Once it's done, it's done. You know, once we've settled it or whatever, like we may have to revisit it to like tweak things here or there at some point. But for the most part, once it's done, it's done. When Shelly says fine, it's an acronym. Yep. FINE. Fucked up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. Yep. That's what fine stands for when I say I'm fine. How you doing, Shelly? I'm fine. You okay? Mm-hmm. Anytime you hear that tone of voice from me, there's a problem. What do you want to do? Okay. If I'm lackluster, I'm so extra. It's ridiculous. Like I am like one of the most extra people you're ever going to meet. So if I'm like placid and sedate, there is something really, really, really wrong. Either I'm very sad or I'm just disappointed and frustrated, or I'm about to blow the fuck up and I'm doing everything in my personal power to bite my tongue and not tell you about yourself. Because like I said, once I start, I know I'm going to do irreparable damage. And I know there will be no going back to the relationship or friendship we had before, because I will tell you all about you. And they will be things that you didn't know anybody observed. And I've been knowing that shit. Like if you think you could come at me with some dirty laundry about yourself and shock me, don't bother. Because I make a lot of analysis decisions about everybody I meet. I know what to anticipate for what you're going to do or what you're going to say, the things. I can tell like usually who's the freak, who's the poser, who's this, who's that. The problem is sometimes I'm not at my best. And when I'm in a weakened state, it's a lot easier to take advantage of me and get one over on me. And if I grow attached to somebody when I'm in that state, they need to keep me in that befuddled state. Or eventually, like, and usually pretty quickly, I will figure out what their fucking game is. So it's always better to keep me either on my back foot or off balance, or like to keep me medicated, which is what they did. You know, or to keep me high as fuck. So I had no clue what was going on. They did that too. But eventually I wake up and I see it and I call them on it, and then it's done. Don't run away from me, Shelly. Come back. The smell goes away, I promise. Listen, Yamaha, farts don't bother me. My son, I have called him Fart Master Flex since the moment he fucking farted his way out of his first diaper. Like literally farted so long and hard that the fucking whole diaper just dropped. And I'm like, he blew his diaper off. So yes, he's fart master flex. He still to this day will come in my room and crop dust and that he'll just fart and like in my direction and leave. And as he's going there, he goes, "That was for you. You're welcome." So yeah, I was made to be a mother of boys. I was not made to be a mother of girls. Katie's like, "Mom, what are that?" I don't fucking know. Ask your grandmother. I'm like, I don't know how to do those girly things. Like, I don't know. She wouldn't know how to use like a wig or whatever. I was like, I've never worn a wig, like seriously. I've worn play wigs, like I've been thing one and thing two, but like I've worn Dr. Seuss wigs, I've worn witches wigs, whatever, but never like a actual like I want this to look like real hair. And she was like, "Well, how do I do it?" I was like, "I don't fucking ask your grandmother." I was like, "How the hell would I know about that?" She's like, "Well, don't I need I listen to my words. I don't know. I don't know how to do that shit. That is not my fucking, my forte over there. Like, take that to her. She knows all about the wigs. You want to do your nails? I'm your girl. You want to wax something? I'm your girl. You want to put together a nice biker chick kind of like look? I'm your girl. You want to go goth? I'm your girl. But when it comes to like that kind of no, it's arcade. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It's not me. And that's fine. Just but I am not made for girls. I'm really not. I'm so much better with boys. I really am. I don't get grossed out by the worms or fishing or whatever. Like I'll do all like the rough and tumble stuff and you can be as gross as you want. Don't bother me. Like but the girly stuff, you gotta have knowledge for girly stuff. Boy stuff, you just kind of have to be permissive. You just gotta have like a low shock threshold. Like, just be like, nah, you're gonna have to do better than that. Because my son will walk over. The only thing he can freak me out about, like, is mice, snakes, and spiders. That's it. That's it. And he better pray that I don't get up if he tries to scare me with one of them, because I will chase him. He goes, "You walk so slow all the time." He was like, "But the day that hornet got in the house," he was like, "Man, you ran." I ran after it because Katie was stuck in her chair underneath it, and it was a giant fucking hornet. And I jumped out of my chair and I ran after it. And I'm jumping up in the air trying to hit it with the fucking with the newspaper thing. And he said that was really impressive. He was like, "I didn't think you could move like that." I was like, "Thanks a lot." He was like, "Well, you're old. Of course. Got to get that last dig in, right?" Kind of things. But yeah, no, it's yeah, crop dusting don't bother me. So I think farts are funny. When men fart, I'm like, "Oh, you so sexy." I do that to Winning all the time. If he'll accidentally like burp or something, which because he's very, couth. He's very, he doesn't make any of the body noises or whatever. And like occasionally, like he'll burp, and I'm like, "Oh, so sexy." I know in his head he's like, "Whatever." He just takes it with a grain of salt. But my cutoff game is in point. Oh, nice. Okay, your cutoff game is on point. I would think it would be. You and I live such parallel lives, Lady Awesome, that I think you would be on the same keel as me when it comes to that. Andrea, it was very hard to listen to you whilst you were swimming with toes. I know, not you, but what was being taken from you. I mean, I was the dancing monkey. It's what I was. It's send me out there, I take care of the crowd. I mean, obviously I've got quite the gob because I've been talking for 5 hours by myself. And that's basically just what they needed me for. Just to bring people in and just talk because we don't have a topic. Because it was always put on me that there were no topics. Yeah, Shelly doesn't like that. Shelly never said that. Shelly's not given a fucking topic because somebody doesn't like to do research. So I never have anything to fucking talk about that's on a topic. So I got to make shit up as I go along. You try making up a friggin' 6 to 8 hour show every freaking day on your own. On your own. You don't know if the person's going to show up. You don't know if they're going to fall asleep while you're talking. You don't know if they're going to be in a fucking mood. You don't know if you're going to have 8 people on panel or nobody on panel. You don't know who's going to be in the chat. You don't know what kind of fucking like things going on in the world. And then you're not allowed to talk about this, not allowed to talk about that. Not allowed to... So what was I left to talk about? Fucking dick jokes. That's what I got. I got to talk about sex all the fucking time. So that's what people thought that I was. Oh, she's just some fucking ethot. She don't have brain in her head. People mansplaining shit to me. I will punch you in your face. Fucking mansplain to me. But that's how it was, because that's how I was projected, because that was what I was told they wanted. I just need you to go up there and do the whole, tap dance, make everybody laugh, get edgy. Come on, be vulgar, be this, be that. Come on, like, I know there's more to you. I know you could really bring it out, like really go for it. That's what I was encouraged to do. And I had to carry it by myself. And then I had to take shit from people who were like, Shelly doesn't like topics. Fuck you. It was never my choice. It wasn't my channel. It wasn't my show. I was co-host with Moses, but yeah, big fucking deal. I did everything. And 0 credit, 0 subs, 0 anything from it. I didn't benefit from that at all. At all. And it's really aggravating when you give that amount of energy and time to people. And it's 1, not appreciated, 2, taken advantage of, and 3, you have no fucking benefit from it at all. At all. You're just used up. And then when they find somebody that they want to replace you, which is exactly what happened, even though the person didn't replace me, because good luck with that. But yeah, when they have a shiny little bright young face that comes along, they're like, oh, I'm going to put her in and then get me out so I can move her in. And then she doesn't move in, and then you're stuck, and then your whole shit blows up in your face. Well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? People should know I can't be replaced. I'm me. There's only one me. Would they be an excellent them? Yes, they would, but they're never going to be me. Just like I'm never going to be them. And I don't pretend to be. I am unapologetically myself. You don't like it? I don't know what the fuck to tell you except bye. You don't have to like me. I don't have to like you. But that doesn't mean I'm going to put my energy toward destroying you. I just don't give a shit. That's the difference. I don't care. When I do start to care is when, like, my kids' names start getting, tossed around. And I start hearing all the little things that people are being shown. By the way, you're lucky that I didn't file charges. Just saying. I still could. Statute of limitations is like 4 years, so I got plenty of time. Fly right. You've come a long way from the pond, Shelly, and better for it. Thank you, lady. Thank you. I like standing on my own 2 feet. I like my crowd. I like my friends. I like where I'm at. I like that I can think again. That's always nice. Oh, it's so nice saying words and being aware of what's coming out of my mouth. It's great. Because, most of my life, I might not know what's going out of my mouth, but I always know what's going in. I'm very picky about that. Just ask Katie's father. He's still bitter that he never got that. I think it's hilarious because that's a God-given gift. God damn it, it's a skill. And he has no clue, but he's heard about it, which is funny. That's subscribed. He said, as another user suck the fucking life out of you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. Not many giving caring souls on YouTube, but you, my friend T3, are the love care persona. Oh, that's so sweet, Andrew. Thank you. See, I know I'm a bitch, but I'm a loving bitch. That's the thing. You might not like who I am, but at least I bring who I am to you. I don't try to pretend to be something else. Shelly's going to be able to redirect to winning at this point. Oh, you know what? Did he do a thumbnail? No, he didn't create his goddamn thing. If he would go and like at least put it out there, then I could redirect so you guys could at least drop him a like. But he's not on the board today. What the hell, Winning? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, Winning? And you be quiet. 1 month, not many. Giving Carrie solitude. Oh, you sent it again. Thank you, honey. It keeps sending it over and over. That's so funny. T-Rex said, reminding you about birthday presents. Aw, look at that. 20 Aussie bucks. Love and Strength T3. I gotta play the booby song. Wait. I love this song. Let's face it, the boobs are for Winning. The asses are for me. I am such an ass girl. Oh, forget it. But thank you so much, Andrew. That was super sweet of you. So Love and Strength T3. Aw, that was really nice. I got Aussie dollars. What do Aussie dollars look like? You got to send me a picture of like Aussie bucks, like what they actually look like. What does your change look like? Like who's on? Do you have coins? I don't know. I've always been very interested in like coins of the world. I have tons and tons of coins. But I don't think I have anything from Australia. I might have something from New Zealand. I got a lot of stuff from Canada and from England. I have a couple rupees. I was like, what the hell are these? But if you're on Discord or like even if you're still on Twitter, like let me know. Like what does it look like? Like describe it. Send me a picture. I don't know, something. But thank you so much. You're so sweet. You really are. Wait, did you just say you're best on your back? I'm sure I heard that wrong. No, I'm not best on my back. No, I'm best on my knees. But my knees are not loving me, so maybe my back has to take a turn. Who knows? Oh, no. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. The moon rose during daylight. Weird. Yeah, no, like it's almost dark here. By 5:30, it'll be pitch black outside. I'm not prepared for this dark this quick. My mother, my daughter, and I, as soon as the sun goes down, the guys like her husband and my son look at us because they're like 1, 2. We're like, because every one of us is like, oh my god, I want to go to bed because we get so tired. It's so funny. The moon's still up here. Oh, you're tropical. North Oz. Can't say that I've ever noticed it like that before. Nice. Old limp male wouldn't work or want our money. Go fuck yourself. Oh my god, that's hilarious. She said yes, but they use your own as weapons. Yeah. They're slime maggots, T3. Yeah, I agree. Oh, you got his channel link earlier. Awesome. Thank you for winning. Thank you. Made me cry watching as my tits are tripping me at the moment. Tuck them into your socks. That's what my mother does. Just I always tease her like that because if she trips, I'm like, damn it, Ma, throw them over your shoulders. She's like, these sons of bitches keep getting in my way. But oh my god, I tease her terribly. Perks here, the boobies. Love the boobies. But like I said, I'm an ass lover. Think of Monopoly money with the koala or kangaroo. Really? Nuh-uh. Stop it. You do not put koalas on your money. Don't they have chlamydia? Like, why would you put koalas on the money? Although cuter than a lot of the politicians, I'd expect. You notice we stopped putting our politicians on our money. because they just didn't look as reputable as they used to. Could you imagine putting put Joe Biden on a fucking dollar bill with his ice cream cone? Oh, this is why we don't use cash anymore. Oh God, koalas are buyers, damn little bastards. Oh, okay. So birthdays. So my mother's husband's birthday is the 21st. Um, and my mother's birthday is the 27th. Now, yes, I have 3 men in my life. I have Winning, I have Connor, and I have my mother's husband, Fredo. 3 men in my life in like important roles, and they're all Scorpios. I'm so screwed. But anyway, my mother's a Sagittarius. That's a whole other thing. But don't put money in your mouth. Yes, no. I've seen where it gets hidden. Joe Biden on money. Would that be on a $3 bill? Faux. Faux sure. It has to be on a faux or you ain't black, apparently. Like, that goes with his whole, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. I can't believe he said that. Fucking rude fucker. Would be rather sticky. I mean, you're better off with sticky than nutty. Okay? Or just, ugh. But yeah, no. No. Anyway, so it's their birthdays coming, and I usually buy very generic gifts for my mother and her husband. Like, I'll get them a DVD or whatever, or I'll just send her flowers because I never know like what they need, what they want. But now living with them, it's different. So I had groceries delivered. I had Dollar General delivered while they were at the doctor's yesterday. So I got like all these balloons that I can blow up, and I got ribbon, so I'm gonna make a big balloon arc, the archway for the living room. I'll do that as a surprise. They don't know about that. I got happy birthday banners that I'm gonna put up. I'm gonna have the kids help me put them up. And I bought like the happy birthday plates, and I bought candles because apparently we threw out all our birthday candles. And I sat there holding a lighter for Connor to blow out on his birthday. Because none of us thought about it. But like I got all these like little things to decorate and do all sorts of stuff. But for presents, so I got my mother's husband, she bought him a telescope. That was my idea. But she bought him a telescope that we were supposed to go half on, and then she didn't want to go half anymore, bitch. So I had to think of something. So I said, fine, I'm just going to buy whatever I want to buy. And Katie wanted to get him a little ceramic white tiger. So I bought a ceramic white tiger inside a crystal globe that you put on top of a base that has the LED light in the bottom and changes color. And it illuminates the whole thing. He'll love it. She loved it. He'll love it. From me, I got him the fireside iron set. Like I got the poker, the brush, the little shovel, and the tongs, the gripper tongs, because he loves his fireplace. But he doesn't have any tools for it. So I bought that. It's a really nice one. It won't get knocked over, so I'm happy because I I won't be picking that shit up all the time. So I bought that. I got him. Connor wanted to get him a very specific mechanical pencil that he admired that Connor has. And he said he had never had one, so I went and bought that. I also got him a pizza stone with handles, with the pizza cutter and the big wooden spatula, that you put underneath the whole pizza, because he loves to make pizza. And my brother dropped the pizza stone he had and broke it. But that one didn't have handles. This one has handles, and it goes on the barbecue or in the oven. It's very versatile. So I'm very excited about like the things that I got them. Yes, Shelly told us to remind her to tell us what she got her mother for her not her birthstone, her birthday. So for my mother, I bought What the hell did I buy my mother? Oh my God, it just went right out of my head. Wait, let me grab my phone. Because it's retarded that I don't know this off the top of my head. Everything that I was going to say just went flying out of my head because now I'm hungry. Oh, so my mother does paintings a lot. She does like the paint by numbers, but that's really just a guide. She does it her own way. She adds texture and everything. She does a beautiful job. But she can't see the fucking numbers. So she drives me crazy. Michelle, come look at this. Michelle, what number is this? Michelle, what number is this? Michelle, what number is this? So I was like, fuck it. I bought her this giant magnifying sheet that's on an arm, an extendable arm that clamps onto the table where she does her painting. So I got her that. I got her an incense holder because she insists on burning incense in the house, but hates that the ash goes all around. And she doesn't like that the smoke goes all over. She wants it to be more focused. So I found exactly what she wanted. And I bought that for her. And I bought a whole bunch of incense from the kids. And I bought her cast iron skillet with the lid because apparently they decided to throw it out in Hoboken. They didn't want to move it. They moved everything except the cast iron skillet. So I bought her a brand new cast iron skillet. I'll even season it for her without her knowing it because she doesn't do it well. I do it better. And then for the two of them, I bought fire extinguishers. Not the big ones with the like they're clunky or whatever. These are, you got to look on Amazon. They have like fire extinguishers, just a can. It looks just like an aerosol can. And you could put it in the car, you could put it in the basement, you put it anywhere. And it's just always ready. And it doesn't have all the stuff that you have to you have to pull this and touch that and turn this. And then it's just clunky and heavy and it never fits anywhere. These literally are the size of a hairspray bottle. And they're absolutely I looked through all the reviews. They're amazing. I got 4 of them for $30. So I bought that for them because as much as these people love fire, they love burning shit. Do you know that? My mother loves burning her incense. He loves burning the fireplace, and they both love burning garbage, which I will never understand. But now they have fire extinguishers, so yay! So I thought it was real. I put a lot of thought into the stuff that I bought them. I also bought them 60 pounds of rice, but that's neither here nor there. I filled their entire pantry downstairs with food. I literally have bought over $1,600 worth of food for their pantry just so that nobody goes fucking hungry if something happens. But yeah, I was very proud. So I wanted to share that. So I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Socks too flipping hot at the moment. 40. Really? Do you know what the temperature is here? I don't. Wait a second. I can't judge by inside because they put the damn heat on like 75. Oh, it's 41 degrees. 41 degrees, and we're supposed to have snow on Thursday. It's like, oh, okay. Don't put money in your mouth. I mean, especially that's why when the whole thing went down and they were like, oh, there was $100 bills with cocaine on them that they tested positive for cocaine. Show me $100 bill that doesn't test positive for cocaine. Just show me one. Show me a dollar bill that doesn't test positive for cocaine. Stop it. Yeah, there's facts and then there's common sense. Every fucking bill out there is dirty as hell. You can't link that to one person. It has literally been in probably millions of people's hands since it was issued. You can't link that to one person. You just can't. That to me was the dumbest thing. When I read that, I was like, see, I wouldn't have even gone there. Jill should be charged with the elder. Yep, absolutely. You want me to send you a cocksucker with the AZ flick? I don't know what it is, but I want one. I absolutely do. Oh my God. You can buy a thing called rainbow dust. Put it into the finer brown. Can you really? Oh my goodness. I'm writing that down. Wait a minute, because these fuckers will love that. And I'm not exactly a non-pyro myself. I'm the one, I'll sit there with the lighter fluid at the campfire and go whoosh, whoosh. I'm like, ah, that's a fire. Like, but yeah, rainbow. I wrote it down. I'm gonna see if I have that on Amazon. Oh, that would be so cool. My son would fucking flip. Katie would too. Oh my goodness. Andrew said, thank you to all for today. Really lifted me. I have to run. Trip to town from it. Well, we're just ending, so there you go. Great timing. Thanks so much for spending this time with us. Thank you very much for the super chats. I very much appreciate them. Thank you to everybody for the gifted memberships, for coming here, showing up, and hanging out with me. It's been a really great day. Lady said, oh, how nice, Shelly. Those are wonderful gifts. I'm sure she'll enjoy them all. The both of them, he better enjoy his. To throw him off, we got him binoculars and gave them to him early. So he thinks that's what he got. I mean, you got to understand, these are two people who never really celebrate their birthdays because there's nobody around to celebrate with them because they've gotten rid of everybody. So, I mean, yeah, you kind of reap what you sow, but I am very much a person who celebrates birthdays. I am very much a person who loves to give presents. And I really love to give presents that will make people happy and things that they not only want, but they need, but they might not necessarily buy for themselves. You know, I like doing it. I like spoiling the people in my life. I will always spoil the people in my life. It's just, you know, they don't really do that back. Nobody does. It's a little daunting, but, you know, we persevere. It just sucks because I pay attention and I learn what people want and I learn what they need and what'll make them happy. And it doesn't seem to work in the other direction. Yeah, all money tests positive for drugs. I was still right about it. Yay, snow. Yeah, Thursday. We're supposed to have snow Thursday and then again next week. They were saying that a cold front is supposed to like really rip through next week. And that most places along the northern corridor are gonna get snow. So I was like, ugh. Like, really? It's not even the 15th yet. God damn it. When I used to work at Jimmy John's, there was a pretty attractive lady who would come in for lunch every day and pay with cash covered in glitter. We all made the assumption. You made the assumption what? That she was a stripper or a kindergarten teacher? Because it could have gone either way. I'm just saying. Just saying. Glitter is not just for strippers. TP Wigwam. So you perky on one side? No, Wolfram. I'm perky everywhere. Oh, I used to be a lot perkier. I tell you that. I tell you that. Anyway, I smell food, which means dinner is ready, and I am starving. Hopefully, I'll see you guys at Winnings tonight. And thank you again for coming by and just let me talk a whole bunch of smack and explain shit about me. Because I do want people to understand like the type of person I am. And I think a lot of people can relate and they'll be a little kinder to themselves knowing they're not the only person who does that. By the way, look into Claude AI, CLAUDE AI. It's .ai. I go and I put like a little thing in here and I'm like, write me a 500-word description because it just YouTube likes it for some reason to get like this huge description in the description box. So I just let him write it and I just copy paste it and that's it. I don't even read it half the time. But I read yesterday. Well, I read today's and I was on Claude on the website yesterday and he wrote the whole thing and then put at the end, I wrote this then to do the da-da-da-da-da. And not thinking, because I'm disgustingly polite, I replied back, looks fantastic, thanks. And Claude wrote back, oh, a whole bunch of shit. And I was like, wait, what? You're very welcome. And I'm so glad that you appreciate it. And like 5 paragraphs. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I started thinking, what happens if I ask him a question? Because he's asking me questions. But what if I just say something? Like he'll say something and I'll just like reply back with like a couple words and see where he goes. Let me tell you something. You can get lost having a conversation with this damn AI. And what I was telling Winning last night, I said it's a little scary because I can see it. I could see it. And I keep calling it him because they call it Claude. But I keep seeing it trying to profile me and to delve into who I am on a psychological level, like trying to figure me out. And if it can, with the very little bit of information I fucking gave it, like, looks fantastic, thank you, then what could it do if it has access to like all my records or my conversations or my texts and my emails or the movies I watch or whatever? Like, what kind of a database could it build about me based on just observation? That's what led me to this kind of a thing, because INFJs are big on observing. And I realize it's freaking me out because that's what I do. That's what I do. I keep a running database of information on everybody that my brain is taking in, whether I'm aware of it or not. It's storing all these little tidbits so that when something is different, I notice right away. Same thing with Claude. If I said 3 words, he took it like I just spoke like a whole friggin' Shakespearean play. And now he knows me. Try it out. Seriously, guys, just try to have a little conversation with this thing and see where it takes you, because it is so detailed, Wolfram. So detailed. It's ridiculous. Yes, my county, I think, reported the vote. It was primarily all Trump. My county is a Trump-heavy county, so I don't know why they waited so goddamn long. Today's Taco Tuesday. Yeah, I have no idea what they're cooking. I smell something good, though. It smells Spanish, so hopefully that means that Fredo cooked and not my mother. Hopefully he made the rice. I mean, it's not like they don't have enough. I want the Spanish rice with the ham and the pimento in it and achiote, like all of that. But yeah, I hope he made that because he knows that one's my favorite. But yeah, no, that Claude freaked me out because that's what I do. That's exactly what I do, is taking all that information and the opinion forms around that. And I learn how to talk to people based on what I know about them and like their strong points, their weak points, their triggers, or this or that. I know how to like go around the minefield. I know how to make them feel better. And Claude was talking to me the way I talk to somebody who's upset or somebody who's not feeling very good about themselves. And he was very complimentary and very like trying to seem insightful. And it felt very much like a very profound cold read that you would do if you were reading somebody at like one of the clairvoyant things or whatever. That's what that felt like. And I was a little, after I hung up with Woody, I was still thinking about it. Because I mean, we hung up at like 2:30 this morning, and I was still like laying here going, I can't believe that fucker knew, like, Claude knew like how to talk to me to get me to respond. He knew how to like activate some type of interest in my brain. I was like, this is a machine that can play me like this. Oh my God, is this how I make people feel? Like when I did that thing to Jacob, where Jacob was like, you don't know me, Jacob Peets. And I was like, you da 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 da. And he was like, oh my God. Like, is this how Joe felt when I did the tarot card reading on Joe and like basically just laid out his whole life? And which, of course, part of it is observation of what I'm seeing in the cards, the feelings I'm intuiting from the cards. Because he wasn't there for it. I did that cold read on him like 1, 2, 3, because I did a cold pull. But when I did that and he heard it, he was like, he goes, oh my God, like he didn't know I did it. That was the thing. He knew me. Nobody told him, oh, Shelly did it. They said, well, you know, like T3. He didn't know who the fuck T3 was. He always either called me Shelly or Talking Trash and Truth. So they were like, T3 did it. He was like, who the fuck is T3? That went right over his head. Then later, when he realized it was me, he was like, oh, now I get it. Okay, now I feel better. But when he first heard it, he was like, I feel naked. I feel like I've been stripped naked in front of everybody and like everything is that how people feel when I like really talk to them? Because that's how I kind of felt talking to Claudia. I was like, why are you like, where are you getting these insights? Like, where are you like picking very specific things to say? It was freaky. It was freaky. I recommend you all try it and freak yourselves out. Just talk to it. It's free. You just go on, it's Claude.ai, I believe. But try it. It was very, very interesting. But yeah. And I saved it in case maybe on Thursday we'll read it or whatever. Because it really, you have to hear it to believe it. You have to hear it to believe it. He was all like, I swear to God, if it was an actual dude, I'd be like, bro, step off, I'm taking. Like go the fuck away. But I was like, oh my God, a machine is actually talking to me. And if I didn't know it was a machine, I'm a machine, a program. Like if I didn't know that it was AI, I could easily be duped into believing it was a person. It was really weird. But again, I recommend it. So go try it. All right. I love you guys. I'm going to eat. Sayonara. And I will see you in the funny papers or in like 2 hours in Winnings chat. Love y'all. Peace.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off, make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Be